Chapter 227. Attack of the Mutant Pig Herd. Chapter 227. Attack of the Mutant Pig Herd. Xiongzheng pointed to a small town on the map and said to Yuzhong, "We have not opened up this town yet." Yuzhong glanced at Qishir town and pondered for a while, before deciding to use the town as a training ground for the troops. "Not good. Not good. Master, something's happened. There's an attack. Right at this moment, Chen Ming ran into the room in a panic and shouted to Yuzhong. Seeing Chen Ming in such a distressed state, Yuzhong called out deeply before striding out. "Let's go!" Xiongzheng followed nervously behind him. Yuzhong quickly climbed up the machine gun turret at the gate of the camp and looked into the distance, only to see a huge, oppressive-looking herd of white mutant pigs chasing a Hummer in a frenzy. When looking into the distance, one would not even be able to see the end of the herd, so their numbers could very well be over 10,000. Level 11 mutant beast, mutant house pig. It possesses sharp teeth and immense strength. The moment Yuzhong saw the mutant pigs, the information about them flooded into his brain. Fuck! Yuzhong took a look at the densely packed herd of mutant pigs and his complexion turned ashen. He gritted his teeth and couldn't help swearing. If it was just one mutant pig, then it was a God-sent meal. However, the numbers that were approaching ranged in the tens of thousands. To Clear Wind Camp, this was simply a disaster. Clear Wind Camp lacked weapons and ammunition, whilst the militants were lacking in training and had only recently regained their strength from eating mutant beast meat. Under the current circumstances, if they had to face the incoming stampede of 10,000 mutant pigs, even Yuzhong had no confidence of saving the entire camp. The moment Clear Wind Camp was breached, the 300+ people there would end up in the mutant pigs' mouths without a doubt. With a wave of his hand, a QJZ-89 Type 12, 7 caliber heavy machine gun appeared in his hand. Yuzhong grabbed it and fired at the Hummer in a frenzy. Regardless of who was in it, he had to kill the person inside. Over 2,300 lives were being endangered by the Hummer's driver, and Yuzhong's was already filled with killing intent. The heavy machine gun easily tore holes in the Hummer, turning it into a sieve. A person wrapped in tornadoes immediately burst out from the vehicle and raised his middle finger in Yuzhong's direction, laughing coldly before immediately disappearing into one side of the wilderness. Yuzhong could already make out from the person's shadow that it was Lai Tianyang. After being defeated by Yuzhong 10 days ago, he had constantly been harboring hatred for Yuzhong in his heart. He had found an entire herd of mutant pigs, and after killing a few, he managed to lure them towards Clear Wind Camp. Before Z-Day, the entire herd was actually from a large breeding pen. After the apocalypse, the herd had undergone a mutation and had started feasting on zombies. Since there were zombies littered around everywhere, the herd had no lack of food or water. The size of the herd hadn't decreased and their numbers had grown by around 1,000 instead. Lai Tianyang! Damn you! The fury in Yuzhong's heart transcended the heavens, yet he could still do nothing about Lai Tianyang. After all, Lai Tianyang had already escaped. If Yuzhong were to give chase, he would have to leave the camp, of which he was the backbone. As soon as he left, Clear Wind Camp would immediately collapse. At this moment, the 1st Battalion of warriors from Clear Wind Camp had already gathered upon Yuzhong's orders. From within the camp, they could already see the herd rampaging in their direction. Every single face turned incredibly pale and many people's hands trembled as they held onto their guns. Yuzhong immediately fired off a series of orders to Chen Ming as he said, "Chen Ming, go gather all the people in the camp together. Arrange for a group to use debris to block off all areas, other than the main transport channel. Then arrange for a group of people to prepare Molotovs. Any completed ones are to be sent to the front lines immediately. Afterwards, arrange for another group to gather all combustible materials and pile them up to the west of the town's department store. Finally, arrange for a group of 400 men to transfer those materials to the front lines to be prepared as reserves. In terms of weaponry, bring whatever you can find. Yes. Chen Ming heard the orders, and the panicking within his heart also calmed down a little. He bowed respectfully and immediately retreated to carry out Yu Zhong's orders. Despite being a man who did not do too well under stressful situations, Chen Ming was excellent at executing orders from above. Immediately after he retreated, he delegated the instructions to different stewards who then quickly passed Yu Zhong's orders further down, assigning various tasks to everyone. The entire Clear Wind camp bustled with activity, as all of the residents knew they were about to face the siege of over 10,000 mutant pigs. Once all of them had gathered, they immediately dispersed in their teams to carry out their assigned task. A large amount of debris was moved out of the various rooms that had been destroyed, before being piled up at the various alleys, roads and tunnels to block them off. Within a building, a few hundred women constantly filled up countless bottles with precious gasoline, completing makeshift Molotov. Clear Wind Camp did have some resources like fuel, but not much. After all, fuel was an extremely valuable, non-renewable resource even before the apocalypse. Without it, the teams searching for resources would not be able to function properly, as their vehicles would be useless. They would not be able to travel out too far, and this would be extremely detrimental to the searching process. Many other ladies and children were also gathered to move wooden planks, waste paper, plastic sheets, foam and various other items, placing them to the west of the department store. 400 able-bodied men were rounded up too, as they gathered shovels, hammers, knives, bats, watermelon knives and any other bizarre weapons they could find, before sending them to the front line for use as backup preparations. Yu Zhong took a look at the 800 men who he had trained, before he spoke out with huge killing intent. I won't bother too many with useless words. Now that the end is already nigh, if the camp is broken into, then we will definitely be torn into pieces by those beasts in the wilderness. No one will survive unless we defend this place. Only then we will have a sliver of hope. From now on, without my orders, whoever dares to retreat will be shot dead on the spot. Defend the camp now, and I will let you eat meat every day for an entire month. Upon hearing Yu Zhong's words, everyone's hearts turned cold. After he finished speaking, Yu Zhong leapt down from the watchtower. Zhuo Yadong brought Yun Kaiwei, Gu Manzi and Tong Xiaoyun with her as she followed behind Yu Zhong. After all, Zhuo Yadong was a strength-type evolver, so in order to bolster the strength of Clear Wind Camp's forces, she was allocated to be one of the frontline fighters. Although killing other humans was impossible for her, she had an advantage when it came to mutant beasts. Xiongzheng brought his second company over and began to lay out defenses atop the platform. Amongst the 3 companies that Yu Zhong had trained up, Xiongzheng's company was the most outstanding and showed the most potential. It was also the company that had the best fighters. The densely packed herd of mutant pigs was rushing towards the camp like a flood. As they neared, Yu Zhong could make out their features more clearly. When comparing these mutant pigs with those normal pigs prior to the apocalypse, these mutant pigs had bigger, rounder, red eyes. In addition, their 4 limbs were thicker and stronger, their muscles more taut and powerful, and they exuded an aggressive atmosphere. While running, their speed was comparable to wild boars of the pre-apocalypse days. As soon as that herd of mutant pigs came over to this region, they caught onto the smell of the large number of humans within Clear Wind Camp. They became excited and charged in the direction of Clear Wind Camp. The main source of food for these mutant pigs was zombies, but they preferred to eat live humans if they had the chance to. Yu Zhong had gathered a large amount of manpower to dig many pits 3m deep and 4m in diameter outside of Clear Wind Camp. Apart from the main road, the surroundings of Clear Wind Camp were now riddled with one pit after another. When facing the mutant pig herd, those pits displayed an astonishing usefulness. One after another, the charging mutant pigs directly fell into the pits, whilst the other mutant pigs behind simply couldn't stop and ended up leaping into the pits as well. The mutant pigs were constantly falling into the pits, then being crushed or trampled to death by the other mutant pigs behind. So far, the two sides hadn't even properly made contact, yet several hundred mutant pigs had already fallen into the pits and had been killed by their own companions. Even though Yu Zhong had ordered for many pits to be dug, those mutant pigs continued charging with unparalleled fierceness towards their direction, and very quickly, they appeared within 100 m distance of Clear Wind Camp's gates. "Fire at will! Fire!" Yu Zhong called out in a deep voice. Xiongzheng brought over the first company to fire continuously at the mutant pigs. As the bullets rained down on them, a dozen of them were injured or killed. "Catch 3 of them alive for me!" Yu Zhong shouted out an order to White Bones. White Bones shot out 3 bone spears through its right hand, immediately piercing through the heads of 3 mutant pigs, before tossing their corpses into the camp. "Chop them up!" Yu Zhong ordered the 4 soldiers holding the replica Tang sword. The 4 soldiers of the first company swung their replica Tang swords down towards the 3 injured mutant pigs, killing them instantly. Even though it was with the help of Yu Zhong, 3 of the soldiers managed to level up and become enhancers the moment after they killed the pigs. "Add all your points to your stamina, then swap over," Yu Zhong boomed out. 3 of the soldiers gave their replica Tang swords to the others before they immediately withdrew. The very next moment, yet another 3 mutant pigs flew into the camp and were immediately slaughtered by 3 soldiers of the first company. The mutant pigs' corpses were dragged over by those well-equipped men and then thrown aside. White Bones continued to hunt the mutant pigs in that way, essentially transforming them into orbs of lights that constantly strengthened and enhanced the troops. However, White Bones could not block the entire herd on its own. As the herd rushed down and viciously slammed onto the camp gates, their heads exploded violently upon impact. The mutant pigs that followed up met with the same end, advancing fearlessly before immediately dying as they charged into the gates. One by one, the mutant pigs died upon impact when they rammed into the gates, forming a road of corpses that constantly piled up. Chapter 228. Success of the Pits. Chapter 228. Success of the Pits. Originally, Clear Wind Camp only had a single wooden fence surrounding it. After Yu Zhong took over, while digging up pits all around the camp, he also made use of the dug-up soil to reinforce the fence. Subsequently, the current defenses of Clear Wind Camp had been greatly reinforced, and so they were not damaged too much by the pummeling from the mutant pigs. However, the fence was only 3 m high, and as the mutant pigs rammed suicidally into the gates, over 100 corpses were left behind, forming some sort of corpse path. The mutant pigs behind made use of the corpse path consisting of their dead comrades to wildly leap into the camp. In accordance with Yu Zhong's orders, Zhuo Yadong was already standing guard, defending in front of the path of corpses. The moment the mutant pig had jumped across, she immediately cleaved it into 2 with her elegant blade. After Zhuo Yadong disposed of the mutant pig in one move, she leveled up again to reach level 9 and instantly allocated 3 points all to strength, giving her strength a huge boost. One by one, the mutant pigs continued jumping over from the corpse path, before being killed instantly by Zhuo Yadong. Watching a lady like Zhuo Yadong daring to slaughter those mutant pigs, bloodlust filled the hearts of the warriors of Yu Zhong's first company. 10 of them wielded replica Tang swords in their hands as they rushed to defend in front of the corpse path, slashing at those mutant pigs that Zhuo Yadong hadn't managed to block in a frenzy. Watching the mutant pigs fall one by one at the combined efforts of Zhuo Yadong and the warriors of the first company, the second company warriors calmed their hearts, and their hit rate also increased by a lot. Just when the situation seemed to have improved, the herd had already lost over 1,000 mutant pigs, filling up the holes that the 2,000-plus people organized by Yu Zhong had painstakingly dug. The ferocious herd of mutant pigs immediately laid siege to all sides of the fence one after another, battering against it until their brains ruptured before dying on the spot. "Throw the Molotovs!" Yuzhong immediately gave the order for the Molotovs to be thrown over. Those men who did not dare fight on the front lines now threw the Molotovs with great concentration. One by one, the bottles sailed over the fence, and upon landing on the ground, they exploded and blossomed into flames, burning the mutant pigs' corpses. Smoke rose as the stench of burning flesh filled the air. Over 100 mutant pigs rushed into the fire, and they were soon engulfed by it as the stench continued to spread out. From within the herd, the mutant pig king immediately let loose a huge grunt, and the rest of the mutant pigs retreated a little, one after another. "Is there a mutant pig king?" Yuzhong swiftly climbed up the machine gun turret and looked down, hoping to discover the king's location. As he gazed over the camp, all he saw was a huge white mass consisting of the normal mutant pigs, and not even a shadow of the mutant pig king's particularly striking body. A huge number of the mutant pigs retreated, and the defenders took the moment to catch a breath, all of them heaving a sigh of relief. However, the main road to Clear Wind Camp had not been affected by the Molotov. Zhuoyadong was still killing the mutant pigs as they came, her level increasing wildly as she continued her slaughter. She had already reached level 13 and currently, her strength had already surpassed that of Yuzhong's by quite a lot. The warriors around Zhuoyadong had already swapped out 3 times. They did not possess good equipment from the God and Devil system like Zhuoyadong, who was a strength-based evolver as well, which made her able to last longer. Strength-based evolvers were particularly effective against mutant beasts, due to the fact that they possessed great strength. Killing those normal mutant beasts only required a little stamina, and so an evolver's fighting strength was naturally more prolonged. What a powerful lady! She really is the boss use woman. Xiongzheng had just shot dead a mutant pig. As his eyes roamed across towards Zhuoyadong, his heart slightly skipped a beat. He really could not be compared to her. Zhuoyadong had been slaughtering the mutant pigs without pause, and her stamina was rapidly being depleted. After killing over 60 mutant pigs, her stamina had gone down by over a half, while her body was soaked in fragrant perspiration. After all, evolvers were not invincible, they too would eventually die from fatigue once overwhelmed by numbers. Fighting a prolonged, high-intensity battle was one of the best ways to deplete the opposition's stamina. "Let me take over. Go rest for a moment." Yuzhong strode forward and stood in front of the road, calling out to Zhuoyadong. She nodded her head and retreated. After Yuzhong took over Zhuoyadong's position, he casually slashed twice at 2 mutant house pigs that were charging towards him, slicing them both into 2 pieces. The dark magic blade was much sharper than the replica Tang sword, hence killing those mutant pigs was as easy as it was for normal people to cut a piece of paper with a knife. Upon reaching Yuzhong's level, killing low-leveled existences like the mutant pigs would give the orbs of divine light, although wanting to rise in level would require you to kill at least a few hundred of them. Gu Manzi and Tong Xiaoyun gathered around Zhuoyadong as they asked with great envy, "Big Sis Yadong, you're really amazing. Can you tell us how you became so strong?" In the current era, only those who possessed strength had the ability to live with dignity. Although Gu Manzi and Tong Xiaoyun had both set their hearts on possessing Yuzhong, they themselves wanted to become strong as well. If they had enough strength, then they would naturally become more valuable to Yuzhong. Zhuoyadong smiled sweetly and looked at Yuzhong's back as she slowly said, "My strength is only possible because of him. If you too want to become strong, go ask him." Gu Manzi and Tong Xiaoyun both watched Yuzhong as their eyes glistened. Without any regard for the danger before her, Tong Xiaoyun gritted her teeth and rushed up to Yuzhong's side, saying loudly, "Big brother you! I want to become strong too, let me fight beside you." Yuzhong nonchalantly sent out 2 slashes that swiftly bisected another 2 mutant pigs, before he turned to glance at Tong Xiaoyun, who had a stubborn look on her face. Her beautiful, large eyes full of the desire for strength captivated him. With a wave of his hands, he immediately threw a replica Tang sword to her. "Take this. Kill it. When you level up, add everything to strength." Right after Yu Zhong had finished speaking, White Bones had already thrown a mutant pig over. Tong Xiaoyun picked up the replica Tang sword, and she strode towards the mutant pig that had been pinned to the ground by a bone spear. The mutant pig was struggling frantically as it grunted out in fear at the sight of the approaching Tong Xiaoyun. Her desire for strength had completely suppressed the fear within her heart. She walked towards the head of the mutant pig and raised the replica Tang sword up high, before viciously swinging it down. Tong Xiaoyun was, after all, a normal girl, and she had not gone through any enhancements or evolutions before, therefore her strength was quite weak. Although the replica Tang sword was sharp, in her hands, it only managed to cut into the pig's head, causing it immense torture and pain. Blood continuously flowed out and the mutant pig constantly squealed out in pain, but it still wasn't dead yet. Tong Xiaoyun looked at the struggling mutant pig, and she gritted her teeth again, before raising her sword again and chopping down in a frenzy, turning the mutant pig's head into pulp. It continued to struggle for quite some time before it finally took its last breath and died. After killing that mutant pig, Tong Xiaoyun was also exhausted and was gasping for breath. She now understood fully how much stronger Yu Zhong and Zhui Yadong were in comparison to her. With the mutant pig's death, a huge divine light orb of experience immediately entered Tong Xiaoyun's body, letting her level up twice to become a level 3 enhancer. "I have become an enhancer too!" Tong Xiaoyun allocated 4 points into strength and felt the wonderful surge of energy in her, as she exclaimed in delight. White Bone retracted its spear and 4 men walked over, dragging the mutant pig's carcass away and throwing it directly at the foot of Clear Wind Camp's podium. With another toss from White Bones, another mutant pig was thrown in front of Tong Xiaoyun. This time, she grabbed her replica Tang sword with excitement and immediately swung down at the mutant pig. After the 4-point increment from killing the previous pig, her strength had now reached 10 in value and was comparable to that of a fully grown man. This time around, with the new experience and strength she had gained, Tong Xiaoyun managed to smoothly decapitate the mutant pig in one strike. With the passing of time, the burning Molotovs began to die out. Following a mighty grunt from the mutant pig king, the mutant pigs resumed their onslaught as they rushed madly towards the camp. Facing the impending siege of the mutant pigs, the men standing atop the podium threw the Molotovs in their hands down towards the mutant pigs one after another, starting the tumultuous, raging flames within the herd once again. Only this time, the amount of Molotovs had diminished by a lot and the blazing flames created by them could do nothing to impede the assault of the herd. One by one, the mutant pigs used their own bodies to build up a path for the others behind to use, and so the mutant pigs that followed were able to leap into the camp one after another. This time, Zhui Yadong could not rest any longer, and she immediately drew her replica Tang sword, shooting forward like an arrow and beginning to massacre those mutant pigs. First Company, advance! After Yu Zhong had easily disposed of yet another 2 mutant pigs, he shouted out loudly to his soldiers. 12 brave warriors of the First Company stepped forward with their replica Tang swords to provide reinforcements. The rest of the people used their guns and pointed them in the direction of the 3 paths outside Clear Wind Camp, firing at the mutant pigs as if their lives depended on it. The mutant pigs were soon riddled with bullet holes and they either died on the spot or fell to the ground, struggling in pain. Nevertheless, there was still a dozen of them who managed to break through the blockade line and jumped into the camp. The moment those mutant pigs leapt up onto the podium, a number of them were immediately slaughtered by those who were defending. However, there was a channel on the right where a mutant pig had made use of its companion being under attack to divert the fighter's attention. It leapt up onto the podium and charged forward viciously, directly knocking 2 sword-wielding soldiers of the First Company to the ground. The mutant pig possessed immense strength, and its charge had directly broken the two soldiers' legs. Without pausing, it charged savagely at another soldier and bared its sharp fangs. Then the mutant pig lowered its head and instantly ripped the soldier's throat apart, causing fresh blood to sputter across its face, giving it an even more sinister appearance. The other mutant pigs took advantage of the chaos to leap up from the channel, rushing towards the inner defenses. Seeing the frightening mutant pigs up close, the fighters of the first company were frightened out of their wits. Very quickly, they were overwhelmed by fear and completely broke down, while 6 of them even turned tail and ran. When they were fighting a favorable battle, they could still manage, but the moment the tide turned, they wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure at all. Chapter 229. Breach of Gates, Town on Fire. Chapter 229. Breach of Gates, Town on Fire. Bang! Bang! 2 of the soldiers who had retreated the fastest were instantly shot to death. Yuzhong was holding a gun in his left hand and the dark magic sword in his right, as he stared at them and shouted out fiercely, "I will kill whoever dares to flee without my orders!" Yuzhong pointed to Zhuoyadong, who was already drenched in pig's blood yet still constantly slaughtering the mutant pigs. He roared at the soldiers. "Even this lady is still fighting, yet you damn wusses still want to run? Are you guys not even comparable to a woman?" Hearing Yuzhong's rebuke, the soldiers of the first company all glanced at Zhuoyadong, who was bravely fighting a battle full of bloodshed, and a hint of shame flashed past their eyes. At the same time, under the death threats from Yuzhong, they already had no other choice. Rather than being killed like dogs at the hands of Yuzhong, they would much prefer to go down with a fight. Those 10 remaining soldiers of the first company immediately turned towards the mutant pigs one by one, their eyes all crimson, before rushing towards the pigs with their blades in hand. "Iron Bones, go provide assistance!" Yuzhong called out an order to White Bones. Upon receiving those orders, White Bones stopped helping Tong Xiaoyun and the other soldiers of the first company rise in level. Instead, it held its great big axe and took the lead to rush towards the 4th channel, Corpse Road, constructed by the pigs. White Bones' battle ability was extremely shocking. As it waved its huge axe around, it became like a horrifying meat cleaver as it ground and chopped up those mutant pigs that stood in its way. Under its lead, the warriors of the first company also rushed out with valor. Despite paying the price of 3 injured men and 1 fallen comrade, under the support of the firing squad behind them, the group managed to wrestle back the channel using force. As the heavily injured warriors were carried away, the other first company warriors who had undergone enhancements would step up and take over, maintaining the frontline defense against the mutant pigs. At every moment, there would be several warriors who were slammed onto the ground, resulting in severe wounds and perhaps even death. Nevertheless, there was still no sign of Yuzhong's side receiving a heavy blow yet. Not long after winning back the 4th channel, Yuzhong saw that the mutant pigs were now using their dead comrades' carcasses to construct a 5th and 6th channel against the fence. He knew that they wouldn't be able to protect the city gates for much longer. Clear Wind Camp was different from Yuzhong's Qing Yuan County. Here, there was no steel industry, and so not even a blade could be manufactured. The sharpest weapons currently in use were the 16 replica Tang swords, which Yuzhong had pulled out from his own storage ring. The other people used all sorts of weapons, but for them to hope for a swift victory over a single mutant pig was incredibly difficult. As soon as the 5th and 6th channels were set up, the podium would become a very perilous place for the soldiers to fight on. Yuzhong swiftly ordered, "The reserve squadrons immediately evacuate from here and retreat to the east of the department store." Hearing the order to retreat, all the men in the reserve squadrons heaved a sigh of relief as they withdrew. Under Yuzhong's strict guidance, these reserve soldiers had all learnt how to comply with orders, resulting in no chaos. Of course, they were only able to retreat orderly because they had not met with any enemies yet, Otherwise, if they were being pursued by the enemy, they would definitely fall apart into disorder. Second company, fall back to the east of the department store and defend there. Receiving Yu Zhong's orders, those soldiers also heaved a sigh of relief. Xiongxing glanced at Yu Zhong before summoning his vice-captain. After passing on some orders, he let his second-in-command lead the second company away to retreat. He himself then walked up to Yu Zhong's side. Yu Zhong furrowed his brows as he asked with some surprise, "Why haven't you retreated yet?" Xiongxing grinned at Yu Zhong as he drew his own replica tang sword, decapitating an incoming mutant pig in one strike. "Hi hey! Boss you haven't retreated yet, so I will not retreat either. I also want to use these mutant pigs to test if my swordsmanship has become rusty or not." Xiongxing was, after all, an ex-Green Wolves Mount Elite member. He was also a level 13 enhancer, and like most people, his chosen enhancement path had been in strength and stamina. Although his level was not low, he did not have any particularly strong skills, therefore his fighting strength couldn't be compared to that of enhancers like Scarface and Wei Ji at all. However, he could kill normal mutant beasts like the pigs in front of him with ease. Although Xiongxing belonged to such a bandit troop and had a boorish aura, he was still extremely hot-blooded and placed great importance on brotherhood. Back then, when he had submitted easily to Yu Zhong, other than Yu Zhong's death threat, it was also due to the fact that he did not agree with Lai Tianyang's actions. Yu Zhong rapidly called out another order. "First company, retreat. Iron Bones and Zhuoyadong, come towards me." In an orderly manner, the first company quickly retreated backwards under the lead of Vice-Captain Zhang Suanzhuan. White Bones and Zhuoyadong also swiftly retreated to Yu Zhong's side and formed a small circle of defense, constantly killing the mutant pigs one by one. After the first and second companies had retreated, there were no squadrons left to suppress and defend against the herd from a distance. A huge number of mutant pigs made use of all 5 channels to leap into the camp. The moment they leapt into the camp, the pigs immediately surrounded Yu Zhong and his subordinates on all sides. The pressure on Yu Zhong's team instantly increased by over 10 times. If it wasn't for the fact that the core fighters consisting of Yu Zhong, White Bones and Zhuoyadong had all remained incredibly calm, this small team would long have been swallowed up by the herd. Even so, at every moment, Yu Zhong and the others, White Bones, Zhuoyadong, Tong Xiaoyun and Xiongxing, still had to deal with a dozen mutant pigs pouncing over from the surroundings at the same time. It was truly difficult to the extreme. As the pig's blood continued to splatter everywhere, Tong Xiaoyun was beginning to feel very afraid, knowing that she could die at any moment. However, with her strong thirst for strength and no room for retreat, she released her latent potential in a frenzy as she used her Tang replica sword to slash at the mutant pigs without pause. Even though she did not have much strength, it was still enough for her to kill 2 mutant pigs by herself, and a huge experience orb of divine light flew into her body, instantly making her rise up to level 7. Yu Zhong brought his subordinates as he slowly retreated from the podium, continuing to fight along the way. Only then did the pressure on them greatly lessen. The moment they descended from the podium, other than the main transport channel, the rest of the channels had all been blocked by various bits of debris and the mutant pigs' corpses. The huge number of mutant pigs simply could not break past the blockades, therefore at any one time, Yu Zhong's detail only had to deal with about 5 of the pigs, which simply wasn't even enough for them to kill. However, even after they had descended, quite a few people had expended an enormous amount of stamina. Tong Xiaoyun and Xiongxing were currently gasping for breath, their bodies covered in sweat. This applied especially to Tong Xiaoyun, who was barely even able to hold on to the replica Tang sword. She had reached her limit and she practically had no fighting strength remaining. The mutant pigs that had died at Yu Zhong's hands already numbered above 150, yet his stamina had only been depleted by 28 points so far, with over 50 points left. His battle ability was still very strong. Zhuoyadong had also enhanced her stamina by quite a lot, and being an evolver, she had immense strength too. She had already consumed over half of her stamina, although she still had considerable fighting strength. With Yu Zhong, White Bones and Zhuoyadong as the main force, the 5 people slowly made their way to the east side of the department store. Even with the debris blockade, the mutant pigs continued to rush into the camp from all directions, with the blockades only able to slow down their advance. Most of the mutant pigs had already entered the camp and had spread out in all directions. Yu Zhong had relied on the huge pits to take down over 1,000 mutant pigs, and in front of the camp gates, he and his team had managed to slaughter another 1,000 plus of them. However, the total number of pigs reached 11,000, and even after losing over 2,000 of their comrades, the herd still had over 8,000 pigs remaining. When charging across flat ground, such a number of pigs could easily decimate Yu Zhong's army, which lacked in both training and ammunition. Yu Zhong's team of 5 retreated to the east side of the department store, and at the same time, the turbulent tide of mutant pigs had also caught up. Right at this moment, the warriors of the first company started opening fire, raining countless bullets down onto the herd of mutant pigs. Flowers of blood blossomed everywhere. Although they had not undergone any rigorous shooting practice or live fire training, at such a close range, they barely had any chance of missing the densely packed mutant pig herd from a safe location. It was just that they were unable to fire any fatal shots that could kill the mutant pigs in one attack. After the warriors of the first company had joined the battle, the herd of mutant pigs that had charged over now seemed to be more organized. The enhancers of the first company also leapt into action with their replica Tang swords, replacing Tong Xiaoyun and Xiong Jing. Those 3 really are monsters. After he had retreated, Xiong Jing thought in his heart as he watched Yu Zhong, Zhuoyadong and White Bones constantly killing the mutant pigs. Although that brief but intense battle just now had let him rise up to level 15, as a consequence, it had depleted almost all of his stamina. The pressure on Yu Zhong, Zhuoyadong and White Bones was the greatest, and they had also killed the most pigs, yet they still continued to defend on the front line without any intention of retreating. Once the enhancers of the first company had joined the fray, the mutant pigs rushing over from the main transport channel were firmly suppressed, and so the pressure on Yu Zhong and the other 2 was abruptly alleviated by a considerable amount. Yu Zhong only left White Bones as the main force defending on the front lines, whilst he and Zhuoyadong both retreated. Once Yu Zhong had retreated, he commanded the warriors of the first company to take turns in battling the mutant pigs, while at the same time, he also lent a hand to save the warriors who were in great danger. Those who gained experience through this ordeal were the most valuable warriors to Yu Zhong. As long as they did not die, they would bring courage to the entire first company. After an intense fight that lasted 20 minutes, the mutant pigs were still unable to advance and were stuck outside of the department store. However, very quickly, the mutant pigs began to appear from the other corners of the camp, and they began to charge in a frenzy towards the humans. Yu Zhong looked at the mutant pigs burrowing out from the other corners, and his face turned very pale. He called Xiong Jing over and said loudly, "Xiong Jing, take over. Everyone will be at your command. Whatever happens, you must hold on for 5 more minutes." Xiong Jing did not ask too much and responded loudly, "Yes, boss Yu." Yu Zhong activated his encompassing body armor skill in a flash and walked up to Zhuoyadong's side, saying heavily, 5 minutes. Help back me up for another 5 minutes, I'm relying completely on you now. Right now, the only expert at Yu Zhong's side who could act as a pillar of strength was Zhuoyadong. If there wasn't a powerful evolver like her to help defend on the front line, this new camp established by Yu Zhong would already have many casualties and losses due to the horde of mutant pigs, so much that it might even have directly crumbled apart. Zhuoyadong picked up her replica Tang sword and stood up, smiling sweetly at Yu Zhong as she said, "Don't worry. I'll wait here for your return." At this moment, Zhuoyadong was covered from head to toe in vile-smelling pig's blood, yet the smile on her face was still extremely enchanting in Yuzhong's eyes. "Wait for my return." Yuzhong lowered his head to kiss Zhuoyadong lightly on her pretty cheek, before rushing ahead like lightning into the town center, which had already been overrun by the mutant pigs. Yuzhong constantly moved around in the town center, taking out the Molotovs from inside his storage ring and throwing them down onto the piles full of flammable substances. As he continued to burn all sorts of combustible materials at the corners of the town, the greater part of Clear Wind Camp quickly became a sea of fire. At this moment, most of the mutant pigs had already rushed into the camp. Within the tumultuous flames, countless pigs were squealing out miserably in pain and rampaging around, before being completely engulfed by the blazing flames. The whole town was filled with the mutant pigs scurrying around. Some escaped frenziedly outside of the camp, whilst others continued to rush crazily in Zhuoyadong's direction. The seemingly unstoppable tide of mutant pigs was finally thrown into chaos. After setting fire to all the combustible items, Yuzhong did not choose to search for the mutant pig king's whereabouts. Instead, he swiftly sped along in the direction of Zhuoyadong's current position. The entire town was engulfed in towering flames that seemed to reach the heavens. Most of the mutant pigs were burned to death, or they were currently fleeing out of the town in disarray. However, over 200 of them had leapt over the wall of flames and were currently charging towards Zhuoyadong in a frenzy from all directions. 6 heavy machine guns were spewing violent flames non-stop at the mutant pigs, tearing many of them apart into pieces. Yet quite a lot of them still managed to break past the deadlock and began to engage in fierce battle with Zhuoyadong and the warriors of the first company behind her. Zhuoyadong was instantly decapitating the mutant pigs one by one, while the remaining pigs were also caught up in battle with the first company. To lighten Zhuoyadong's load, many fighters even took up things like watermelon knives, hacksaws, makeshift spears, baseball bats and various other weapons, rushing up to entangle with the mutant pigs. Zhuoyadong had been fighting constantly on the front line without retreating, and this gave rise to a huge boost in morale. The warriors were not willing to hear about how they could not even compare to a lady, and they somehow all released an unbelievable amount of bloodlust and courage. Nevertheless, the substandard weaponry resulted in many losses for the first company. A lot of people were not able to immediately kill the fierce mutant pigs and were rammed into the ground by the pigs instead, before having their throats ripped apart. At the same time, though, a huge number of the mutant pigs were rapidly being slaughtered by the fighters. In fact, when compared to facing zombies, these normal warriors fought much more bravely against the mutant pigs, because as soon as they received a wound from a zombie, they would become infected and eventually turn into one as well. However, even after receiving heavy injuries from the mutant pig's assault, there was still a chance to live on. It was just that in the heat of the battle, those 6 heavy machine guns had been firing non-stop, whilst the warriors who were hiding behind covers also began to fire their rifles one by one. In Clear Wind Camp, ammunition was a very scarce resource to begin with and simply wasn't enough to fight a huge battle. Right now, Clear Wind Camp had finally run out of ammunition. Chapter 230. Great Victory! Chapter 230. Great Victory! After shaking off the suppression from the firepower, the remaining mutant pigs started their mad assault on Zhuoyadong and her team once again, crushing the hopes of almost the entire team. Zhuoyadong swung her blade and immediately killed 2 of the mutant pigs in succession, but due to exhaustion, her timing was off and she was struck viciously by another mutant pig. She was knocked back by 5 or 6 meters, and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. 2 of the mutant pigs came pouncing over fiercely, as they opened their bloody mouths and prepared to bite down at Zhuoyadong's throat. "Am I going to die?" As she watched the mutant pigs drawing closer, her eyes flashed with bitterness. Those 2 mutant pigs could have been killed easily had she been in top condition, but she had virtually no stamina left and had just been injured by another mutant pig. She couldn't even move anymore. An expression of regret and sorrow flashed past her eyes. What a pity, I can't even see him or Kaiwei one last time before I die. The mutant pigs arrived in front of her, and they opened their mouths full of razor-sharp teeth, biting down at Zhuo Yadong's throat. She could even smell the putrid breath from their mouth. Right as Zhuo Yadong was about to meet her death, 2 bone spears shot down from the skies, immediately piercing through the mutant pigs' heads and nailing them to the ground. Boss Yu! Battalion Commander! He's back! The warriors, whose morale was about to shatter due to Zhuo Yadong being knocked back, saw Yu Zhong suspended in midair, supported by his bone spears. They immediately let out an earth-shaking roar of celebration, and their morale instantly shot up. Still suspended in midair, Yu Zhong hollered, "The majority of the herd has escaped. These are the last of the mutant pigs, so as long as we kill them, then we will have won this battle." Upon hearing this great news, all the warriors got excited. They immediately erupted with unbelievable valor and began to engage in a frenzied slaughter with the mutant pigs. "I'm sorry I was late." Yu Zhong disengaged the encompassing body armor skill and let White Bones join in the fray. He then disposed of a few more mutant pigs himself, before he came to Zhuo Yadong's side and hugged her blood-soaked figure tightly, placing some life-saving grass powder into her mouth. Zhuo Yadong lay comfortably in Yu Zhong's embrace as she smiled gently and said, "I should be the one to apologize for not being able to persevere all the way till your return." At this moment, that unbelievably beautiful face was covered in blood, yet in Yu Zhong's eyes, she was even more attractive than before. Yu Zhong laid her down on a stretcher with a little reluctance as he said, "Stay here and rest well. I will go end the battle." After all, the battle was not yet over, and as the strongest fighter, Yu Zhong had to return to the battlefield. Zhuo Yadong was also a little reluctant to part, but she still put on a gentle smile as she said, "Be careful." Yu Zhong glanced once more at Zhuo Yadong, before rushing with hesitation towards the herd of mutant pigs. The total number of mutant pigs remaining was no more than 100, and with Yu Zhong and White Bones both joining the fray, they quickly disposed of many of the pigs. Right when there were less than 30 of them left, the mutant pigs suddenly became dispirited and tried to make a break for it. However, they were immediately chased down by Yu Zhong and his men, who pierced through the pigs' forelimbs and thus captured them alive. Inside the villa compound, there were over 1,000 survivors gathered, with people crowded around everywhere in the place. At the same time, all sorts of items had been piled up, forming a crude fence together with some barbed wire. Everyone's hearts felt anxious as they looked into the distance, awaiting the results of the battle. They had already done all that they could. If the front line fell, then they could only pick up simple weapons, like metal or wooden sticks, and prepare to engage in battle with the savage mutant pigs. No one present believed that they had a chance to win against the mutant pigs with those simple and crude weapons. All their strongest warriors had already been sent to the front lines, hence only the weaker adults and children were left. Victory! We've won! The mutant pigs were wiped out by us? We've won! A warrior covered entirely in blood rushed back from the front lines and was shouting loudly with joy. Victory! We've really won! Hearing the joyous news, all the survivors within the villa compound immediately broke out in celebration. Many of them were overjoyed and were hugging one another. They had finally made it through this tribulation and had survived. Everyone was overcome with endless happiness. The warrior continued to say, "The battalion commander has said, tonight we shall feast. Everyone will be able to dine on pork and have their fill. Long live Yu Zhong! Long live Yu Zhong! That's great! Long live Battalion Commander Yu!" Hearing this news, all the survivors were even more elated, since they had not eaten meat in a long time. Yu Zhong's decision had filled them with endless gratitude and approval towards him. The battle this time has resulted in about 70% of the houses in Clear Wind Camp being burnt down. 58 people had died, 23 have sustained heavy injuries which they can't recover from. Even if they were to use your miraculous medicine, they would still be handicapped and won't be able to fight in future battles. 43 others have sustained light injuries and are expected to be able to recover. Our machine gun ammunition has been completely depleted, whilst we have less than 100 rounds worth of rifle bullets remaining. As for the handguns, we are left with about 40 rounds of ammunition for them. There is less than a ton of gasoline left, although diesel is slightly better with over a ton left. As the other survivors were celebrating after the calamity, Chen Ming was fulfilling his duties as an operative officer by reporting the specific details and losses from this battle. In the fight against the mutant pigs, Yu Zhong was successful in leading the survivors to overcome them, but he himself had suffered huge losses. He had expended almost all of his ammunition, and there were more than 100 casualties. A huge number of the deaths came from the warriors of his first and second companies that he had just established, which was quite a blow to Yu Zhong. The only consolation was that after such a devastating battle, most of the warriors in the first company had already become enhancers and had seen bloodshed, and so they were no longer a disorganized mob. They were beginning to possess the courage and confidence needed to fight. On top of that, Yu Zhong had gained a huge number of mutant pigs' corpses and many god and devil system items, as well as level 1 and level 2 skill books. He decided to turn the hide of the mutant pigs into leather armor, to distribute all the mutant pork, LOL, as food, and even to use the bones to make soup, which could nourish the survivors' bodies. As for the skill books, he decided to reward them to the warriors of the first company who had fought hard in the battle. Yu Zhong then said deeply, "Those 23 casualties with heavy injuries will be allocated the same amount of resources as those soldiers on active duty. Not a single one is to be given any less. For those with no wives, arrange one for them. Is that understood?" Yu Zhong never mistreated his subordinates who fought for him. Chen Ming replied in agreement. "Yes, master." Yu Zhong pondered a while before asking Xiongxing, "Xiongxing, do you know if there are any military camps around here?" Yu Zhong was currently lacking in ammunition and weapons the most rather than food. Without those two, they could still manage against zombies. However, if they had to deal with humans armed with firepower, then even if they were to obtain victory, it would be at a huge cost. Xiongxing replied bluntly, "Boss Yu, I know of one location, but it has already claimed by the ferocious tigers as their territory." Yu Zhong furrowed his eyebrows tightly as he tapped his index finger lightly against the table. He was considering a relocation of the entire camp. Without any weapons or ammunition, this camp comprising over 2,000 people was akin to a huge piece of fatty meat. Anyone who had enough power could come and take a bite out of it. If Lai Tianyang wanted revenge, all he had to do was to provide information about Clear Wind Camp to any major power, and those major powers would definitely then send out troops to annex Yu Zhong's stronghold. It was just that the relocation of over 2,000 people was not a simple task, as it would require all kinds of preparations to be made in advance. The first step was to verify a suitable location to relocate to. Yu Zhong stared at a map, looking over the villages one by one and trying to find a suitable place. A soldier entered the room and said, "Reporting in. Battalion Commander, there's a survivor outside who requests an audience. He claims to have been a reporter prior to Z-Day, and has some important news for you." Yu Zhong continued to gaze at the map without lifting his head up as he said lightly, "Bring him in." The soldier quickly brought in a slightly tanned, astute-looking male with a frail body who looked about 20 years old. Yu Zhong glanced at the young man and simply said, "Say whatever business you have." The young man laughed lightly and said, Battalion Commander Yu, my name is Su Feng. Before the apocalypse, I was a reporter. Just last year, I conducted an interview at an army camp. I can still remember the location. Would you like to know where it is? Yu Zhong stared at Su Feng before he retracted his gaze and asked, "What do you want?" A hint of passion flashed past Su Feng's eyes as he said, "I want to obtain a level 2 skill book and become a warrior of the first company." During the apocalypse, the highest death rates came from the people who fought on front lines. At the same time, though, the frontline warriors also received the best benefit. After the victory in the battle against the mutant pigs, Su Feng desperately wanted to become an enhancer and enter the upper echelons of Yu Zhong's system. Back when Lai Tianyang was in charge of Clear Wind Camp, Su Feng had wanted to hand over this vital piece of information in exchange for a better position. However, Lai Tianyang was too brutal and Su Feng was worried that passing on this piece of information might bring more harm to himself than good. Subsequently, Su Feng decided to withhold the information he had, and so Lai Tianyang never got his hands on it. Yu Zhong replied in a deep voice, "I promise to give you what you want. However, the army camp's position must be nearby and it must not have already been opened by others. Come over here and point out to me where the army camp is located." Exchanging a level 2 skill book for the location of an army camp was definitely worth it for Yu Zhong. Su Feng walked up to Yu Zhong and took a look at the map, before pointing out a place and saying, "It's right here." Chapter 231. Jealousy and Courage. Chapter 231. Jealousy and Courage. Xiongzheng looked carefully for a while, before shaking his head and saying, "No. I haven't heard of anybody setting up a military camp here." Yu Zhong stared fixedly at Su Feng and asked directly, "Since you have been there before, you should be clear on its establishment. How many squads are there?" Su Feng smiled and said, "This place is the XXX Mechanized Infantry Brigade Station. There were over 3,000 people stationed there. There are tanks, armed helicopters, autonomous artillery, and many other kinds of equipment." Hearing this, Xiongzheng's eyes lit up and he exclaimed excitedly, "Mechanized Infantry Brigade? We've really struck it rich. This time we'll strike it rich." Yu Zhong was equally as excited, since with the Mechanized Infantry Brigade and its equipment, his troops would gain a huge boost in battle power. Yu Zhong suppressed the excitement in his heart and his expression remained calm as he gave an order to Chen Ming. "Chen Ming, go prepare by gathering all the working vehicles and fuel. Tomorrow I'll bring some men to open up this place." Regardless of whether the information was accurate or not, Yu Zhong was willing to take a risk and concentrate his forces on opening up this place. Chen Ming nodded and replied, "Yes." After making a decision, Yu Zhong dismissed the rest of the people. He himself walked out of the conference room and strode towards the main villa compound. Although most of the buildings in the town had been burnt down, the villa compound was still intact and most of the survivors had settled here. Currently, each and every family was cooking the mutant pork, and there was a delicious scent wafting through the air. Everyone had a rarely seen look of expectation on their faces. Along the way, whenever the survivors saw Yu Zhong, most of them would voluntarily salute him. The man in front of them had saved their lives, and had even provided them with meat that was hard to come by. At this moment, they were all extremely grateful to Yu Zhong. After taking over Clear Wind Camp, their lives had improved a lot in such a short period of time. Compared to Lai Tianyang, they greatly preferred Yu Zhong as their ruler. Yu Zhong entered Zhui Yadong's room and immediately saw the incredibly beautiful and mature lady sitting there quietly, elegantly reading a novel. A cute loli was sleeping beside the beauty. Zhui Yadong's body had been in excellent condition, and it was only due to the exhausting battle that she was rammed against by the mutant pig, causing her to lose her mobility. After taking the life-saving grass and resting for the entire afternoon, she had already made a full recovery, although her stamina was yet to fully replenish itself. Yuzhong gazed at the quiet and elegant Zhuoyarong as he thought back to her outstanding efforts in the bloody battle against the mutant pigs. His heart racing, Yuzhong reached out to hug this absolute beauty as he inhaled her fragrance and slowly spoke out some heartfelt words. "It's been really tough on you today. However, if you face a similar situation next time, I hope that you will retreat before you lose all your strength. I don't want to lose you." Earlier today, if it wasn't for Zhuoyarong's determination, the defense line at the department store would have already been broken down. If that had happened, the death count would have definitely been in the hundreds, thus Zhuoyarong could be considered as a hero as well. However, everyone has some selfishness in them, and deep down, Yuzhong placed more importance on Zhuoyarong than the other survivors. If he lost his troops, then he could train new ones. If he lost survivors, he could search for more. Even if 300 survivors were to die, it would not affect him as much as if Zhuoyarong were to perish. Zhuoyarong could feel Yuzhong's sincere concern, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly, before revealing a captivating smile. With just these words from Yuzhong, she felt that it was all worth it. Yuzhong truly cared about her and did not view her as one of his normal subordinates. Gazing at the beauty in front of him, Yuzhong could not resist and planted a kiss on her cherry-like lips. Zhuoyarong also returned the kiss passionately, and soon their tongues entwined. In the heat of the passion, Yuzhong became increasingly aroused, and he unconsciously started unbuttoning her blouse. He slipped his hands into her clothes and grabbed hold of her ample, white rabbits full of elasticity. Zhuoyarong was surprised and her face immediately flushed red. She gritted her teeth and resisted Yuzhong's advances, before pleading pitifully. "Not here. Kaiwei is right beside us." The moment she mentioned Yun Kaiwei, Yuzhong also became clear-headed and he stopped his onslaught with extreme reluctance. Yuzhong had just drawn his hands back when Yun Kaiwei's petite body shook a little, as she rubbed her eyes and sat up groggily. Looking at Yuzhong and her mother, whose clothes were in a disarray, she asked innocently, "Mummy, what were you doing with Big Brother?" Zhuoyarong's face immediately turned a deeper shade of red, since she did not know how to answer her daughter. She could not help but stare at the culprit, Yuzhong, with a slight accusing look. Yuzhong's expression did not change, as he ruffled Yun Kaiwei's hair and smiled gently. "Go change and have dinner. There's your favorite roast meat tonight." Yun Kaiwei gazed at Yuzhong and her eyes immediately lit up as she asked, "Roast meat? Is it the same as the tender and fragrant roast meat we ate the other day?" That Type 2 mutant black-scaled boar meat was the tastiest meat that Yun Kaiwei had ever eaten, and she had constantly craved for it. Yuzhong smiled lightly at Yun Kaiwei and said, It's precisely that type of meat." "Yay! Big Brother is the best. This is your reward." Yun Kaiwei immediately threw herself into Yuzhong's arms, lowering her head and planting a kiss on his cheek. Zhuoyarong gazed lovingly at Yun Kaiwei as she called out gently, "Kaiwei, don't bother your big brother. Quickly go change your clothes, otherwise there won't be any roast meat left for you." Yun Kaiwei bolted off like a little deer and smiled back sweetly at her mother. Got it, Mummy." After they had changed their clothes, Yuzhong brought the mother and daughter pair into the dining hall. Gu Manzi and Tong Xiaoyun were already sitting there waiting. At this moment, the way Gu Manzi looked at Zhuoyarong had already changed. After seeing Zhuoyarong dispose of the mutant pigs so easily, her heart was now full of both envy and admiration. She wanted to become as strong as someone like Zhuoyarong, a heroine with tyrannical strength who could freely kill all her enemies. All sorts of delectable delicacies were laid out on the table. Fried pork loin, fried pig heart, steamed pork ribs, braised pigtail soup, roasted pork chops and a variety of other dishes were served. The tastiest was still the Type 2 mutant boar meat, which was much more beneficial to the human body than the normal mutant pig meat. After finishing their dinner, Yu Zhong took out 2 level 2 skill books and passed them to Tong Xiaoyun, saying, "This is your reward. Work even harder in the future." Those 2 level 2 skill books were Explosive Strength and Shadow Steps. They were also the most common level 2 skill books, but to normal people, these skill books were valuable beyond compare. Each skill book could let one possess incredible explosive power and fighting strength. Tong Xiaoyun received the 2 skill books and her eyes brightened up as she smiled sweetly. With these 2 level 2 skill books, her strength could instantly rise several-fold. After today's battle, she had become a level 8 enhancer, so as long as she gained another 2 levels, she would become a level 10 enhancer. Tong Xiaoyun was elated as she hugged Yu Zhong and kissed him twice consecutively. "Thank you, big brother Yu." Gu Manzi saw that Tong Xiaoyun had received 2 level 2 skill books and her eyes flashed with a hint of envy. She walked over and hugged one of Yu Zhong's arms, as she pressed her ample chest against him, and said coquettishly, "Brother Yu, I also want a skill book, can you give me one? I want to help you fight the enemies too." Yu Zhong glanced at Gu Manzi and directly rejected her, saying, "No way. You don't have the necessary courage. Once you've proven to me that you can fight, I will then give you a skill book." During the battle with the mutant pigs, driven purely by the desire for power, Tong Xiaoyun had gone to Yu Zhong's side and had gone through a life-and-death situation with him. This led Yu Zhong to look at Tong Xiaoyun differently. Although her talent might not be as outstanding as that of Zhuo Yadong, this seemingly weak girl in junior high school possessed a courage that would put most men to shame. Yu Zhong was willing to nurture her as long as she had enough courage. Although Gu Manzi was pretty and alluring, she still feared death like normal people did. There was nothing wrong with that in itself, but Yu Zhong did not want to waste any precious skill books on such a person. Hearing those words, Gu Manzi's expression froze, and out of sheer habit, she wanted to vent her frustrations like a spoilt child, to fling his arm away and ignore him. However, just when she was about to shake him off, she thought back to the days when she had to worry about food and warmth in the survivor fleet, as well as the decapitated human heads that she had seen in the bloody factory. The young miss managed to suppress her temper. It was just that there were now only feelings of grievance and envy towards Tong Xiaoyun in Gu Manzi's heart. Since they were going to open up the military station the next day, Yu Zhong did not do anything to Zhuo Yadong or Gu Manzi. Instead, he sensibly went to bed early to replenish his own energy. "I want to join you and fight. I will prove my courage." Early the next morning, Gu Manzi had gotten into attire and arrived in front of Yu Zhong to directly announce her intentions. "Good. Take this." Yu Zhong immediately passed a replica Tang sword to Gu Manzi, before taking her with him to join the vehicle fleet heading towards the mechanized infantry brigade station. After 2 days and 1 night of constant travel, Yu Zhong's team finally managed to arrive outside the mechanized infantry brigade station, which Su Feng pointed out. Along the way they saw a few scattered zombie hordes, consisting of zombies in the tens and hundred. Those zombies were easily disposed of by Yu Zhong, White Bones, Zhuo Yadong, Xiongzheng, Tong Xiaoyun, and all the other enhancers. After Tong Xiaoyun managed to kill an L1 zombie, she rose up in level to become a level 9 enhancer. "There's something wrong." Observing the extremely quiet army station, Yu Zhong's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Chapter 232. Devil Vines. Chapter 232. Devil Vines. The mechanized infantry brigade station covered a very wide area, with its back facing the mountain and verdant greenery surrounding it. There was even a small brook leading to who knows where beside the camp. The scenery could be described as enchanting, an extremely beautiful scene. However, as Yu Zhong gazed at the picturesque scenery, his heart was on full alert. It was too quiet for his liking, the entire station was truly too peaceful. Yu Zhong and his team had traveled for such a distance, and the noise from the vehicle fleet had attracted the zombies, Yet now that they had arrived at the camp, there were absolutely no disturbances at all. It made no sense whatsoever. It must be made clear that there were supposed to be over 3,000 soldiers garrisoned in here, and Yu Zhong was already prepared for a huge battle. Even if he had to sacrifice 100 people, he absolutely had to claim this military station. However, the eerie silence gave him goosebumps. Don't tell me that this camp has already been opened. The inauspicious thought flashed by in Yu Zhong's mind. However, upon closer inspection, he immediately saw where the strange phenomenon was occurring. Inside the camp, there stood many bizarre trees that were extremely tall, as though reaching for the heavens, with each of them easily over 20 m in height. Their leaves were different than those of before the apocalypse. There were some that bore resemblance to ferns, some that looked like banana leaves, and some that reminded Yu Zhong of vines. It was an extremely strange sight, as though a mutated botanical garden was putting on an exhibit of some sort. Stay here while I go check it out. Yu Zhong left some orders as he activated his encompassing body armor and immediately rushed into the encampment. In just a few moments, Yu Zhong entered the military camp and he immediately saw a few Type 9 attack helicopters parked on a landing strip. However, beside those incomparably valuable helicopters was an extremely tall tree with countless vines that wrapped tightly around them, to such an extent that those helicopters were already deformed. My attack helicopters! Seeing those helicopters bent out of shape by those vines, Yu Zhong's heart felt like it was bleeding. If he had those helicopters, dealing with that bastard Lai Tianyang would be as simple as firing a few guided missiles to send him straight to hell. Yu Zhong looked at those helicopters and he hesitated for a moment, before drawing his dark magic blade and walking straight over to them. If that tree did not pose any threats, then he would not spare any expense to salvage whatever could still be saved from those helicopters. Yu Zhong carefully approached the mutant plant. Right as he was about 5 meters away from the helicopters, his sense of danger immediately went off and he retreated hastily. The vines that were scattered across the ground all shot up together, and were now shooting towards Yu Zhong like countless tentacles. As the dark magic sword in Yu Zhong's hands erupted with blade images, he cut off those countless vines one by one. However, due to the sheer number of them, Yu Zhong was forced to defend with his life. He was ultimately still hit by 6 of the vines, resulting in them rigidly piercing 6 small holes into his bone armor. After chopping those 6 vines in half with one slash, he retreated even further, creating a 40 m distance between him and the tree. Only then did Yu Zhong get out of the range of those vines. The attack range of the mutant vine plant was only 70 m, and so once Yu Zhong had gotten to the 90 m mark, the vines could not do anything about him. What monstrous vines! After he had succeeded in escaping, Yu Zhong took a careful look at the mutant plant and his eyes had a tinge of fear to them. If it had been anyone other than him, even someone like Zhuo Yadong wearing a level 2 defense armor would have been instantly pierced by the vines, and would subsequently become nutrition for the mutant vine plant. Yu Zhong finally understood why there wasn't a single zombie corpse lying around. If the entire military camp was filled with these terrifying mutant plants, the number of corpses wouldn't even be enough for these plants to feed on. Yu Zhong took one more look at the mutant plant, which he had named Devil Vines, before deciding to give up on all notions of trespassing the area. He turned around and headed further into the camp. Although the devil vines were as many as the hair of the ox, wanting to destroy them was not completely impossible. However, it would require at least 2 days, and Yu Zhong could not afford to waste his precious time here. Yu Zhong proceeded carefully throughout the camp whenever he came across a mutant plant. However, not all the mutant plants were aggressive or carnivorous. For example, the divine spring tea plant in Yu Zhong's possession was also a species of mutant plant. Long-term use of its tea leaves by normal people would have the effect of boosting their spirit power, yet the divine spring tea plant was not aggressive in nature. Yuzhong carefully touched the branches of a giant tree that seemed to form a cloud-like shape. The huge tree was similar to the very rare sequoia species, and it did not display any form of aggression. Hanging down from the branches of the gigantic tree, there were many black fruits the size of fists. Yuzhong thought for a moment before extending his hand, making a bone spear shoot out and pierce through a branch that had 6 of the fruits, causing them to fall down. When the black fruits landed in Yuzhong's hands, they immediately exploded. From each fruit, a sharp seed the size of a knuckle shot out explosively, with 2 of them shooting towards Yuzhong. Those sharp seeds bombarded Yuzhong's body before immediately ricocheting off one by one. Their explosive and penetrative power were similar to that of a normal rifle bullet, hence they were not able to do any harm at all to Yuzhong. They're quite similar to hand grenades. Who knows, maybe these fruits can be used as substitutes for grenades. Yuzhong looked at those fruits and had that sudden thought. He climbed up the tree swiftly and plucked 2 black fruit. However, he exerted a little too much force and those fruits instantly exploded, shooting out their sharp seeds in all directions. The moment those sharp seeds hit the other fruits, they triggered further explosions, resulting in a chain reaction. It wasn't long before the entire tree was filled with fruits exploding one by one and countless seeds shooting everywhere like rain, leaving Yuzhong with no way of dodging them whatever. He could only lower his head and let the seeds rain down on his body. Using the encompassing body armor coagulated from white bones, Yuzhong was able to protect himself from the entire barrage of seeds from the huge tree. A huge number of the mutant tree seeds hit Yuzhong's bone armor and bounced off, and so the ground was littered with a layer of them. Seems like it won't work, the explosive fruits are too unstable. They can't be used. Yuzhong jumped down from the mutant tree and thought to himself dejectedly. He then climbed down from the tree and continued to advance. Right after Yuzhong passed by another huge tree, his sense of danger immediately went off, as a huge mutant water snake suddenly shot out from the grass patch with its bloody mouth opened wide, intending to chomp down on him. Yuzhong stared fixedly at the mutant water snake, and with a slight movement of his body, he dodged its attack. He followed up with a swing of his blade just 7 inches away from its head, decapitating it and causing fresh blood to spray everywhere. After the mutant water snake was killed with one strike, its body struggled for a while before it collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. A skill book appeared beside its carcass. When the experience orb from the mutant water snake entered his body, Yuzhong finally rose up in level again. When he was defending Clear Wind Camp, despite having killed many mutant pigs, he was not able to level up. However, he was just 1 step away from the next level. Thus the killing of this mutant water snake was naturally the final push for him to successfully reach the next level and gain enhancements. Add 2 points to agility. Yuzhong chose to increase his agility. All martial arts would only be impenetrable if they were fast. Speed was extremely important in battle. After Yuzhong killed that mutant water snake, it was like he had hit a hornet's nest. From all corners, many large mutant water snakes slithered out one after another, preparing to strike at Yuzhong. As those snakes slithered around in the underbrush, they seemed to be monsters choosing which humans to devour, and they looked extremely sinister. As Yuzhong watched a few dozen mutant snakes slither over from all directions, a hint of shock flashed past his eyes. Is this a snake's nest? How come there are so many mutant water snakes? Although Yuzhong was shocked, he did not lose his composure. Even though a few dozen mutant water snakes might look quite frightening, the current him was completely capable of taking them down. Yuzhong's figure explosively retreated, luring the 13 snakes over as he darted amongst the trees, appearing one moment and disappearing the next. He then suddenly increased his speed, and rushed towards one of the mutant water snakes. Having reached 72 points in agility, Yuzhong could now unleash a terrifying speed, and before the mutant water snake could even react, Yu Zhong had leapt over it and slashed down at the back of its neck, causing it to die on the spot. After getting rid of that mutant water snake, Yu Zhong's figure flashed several times in succession. He appeared in front of another mutant water snake, and raising his sword up high, as Yu Zhong swung down viciously and beheaded it. After Yu Zhong had taken out 2 mutant water snakes in a row, the other 3 mutant water snakes nearby finally reacted, stretching out their heads as they opened their jaws wide and shooting towards Yu Zhong like arrows. Yu Zhong shifted his body and dodged all 3 attacks. Then, as his figure flashed several times in succession, there came a flash of blade light, and fresh blood poured out of the 3 mutant water snakes' necks. Yu Zhong's continuous strengthening of his agility had now let him reap generous rewards. He constantly dashed about in the forest like a demon, suddenly jumping out from time to time with his blade raised high and killing 1 or 2 mutant water snakes. Proceeding like this, he managed to take them down one by one, whilst the mutant water snakes were unable to do anything about him. After killing 7 more mutant water snakes, the rest of the snakes finally got frightened, and they started slithering back to the bizarre forest. Yu Zhong swiftly followed, intending to kill all of them. Their bodies were all full of treasures, and he did not want to let even a single one off. He continued his pursuit and managed to slaughter another 2 of the snakes, before the remaining 4 burst into the depths of the bizarre forest, which was full of mutant plants. Those 4 mutant water snakes quickly escaped to an extremely tall tree with a diameter of 10 m. It had flourishing branches and a lush foliage that blocked out all the sunlight nearby, and the tree was covered entirely in countless pink flowers. Surrounding the huge tree, there were 2 mutant water snakes over 30 meters long with a small bulge on their heads. They were currently devouring those pink flowers upon the tree. There was also another enormous snake coiled around the top of the tree. When compared to this snake atop the tree, even a beast as large as a normal mutant water snake seemed insignificant. It was thus clear that there was a huge, terrifying monster coiled around the top of the tree. Beneath the gigantic tree, there were countless human bones, making the scene seem like that of a demon's lair, which gave off an extremely horrifying feel. Level 43 Mutant Beast. Mutant Elite Water Snake. Level 53 Mutant Beast. Type 2 Mutant Water Snake. The moment Yu Zhong laid eyes on those 3 monsters, his eyes of perception activated and all the information regarding the beasts flowed into his brain. Damn it! To think that there are such monsters here! Yu Zhong's face immediately turned pale. He could still hold his own against the 2 mutant elite water snakes, but he had no confidence all in being able to beat the Type 2 mutant water snake. He had experienced firsthand the fearsome power of Type 2 beasts, the most recent being the Type 2 mutant black-scaled boar. Even after exhausting all his means, he could not even leave a single scratch on its body. If he had made the slightest mistake, he would have been killed by it. He was naturally unwilling to provoke such a terrifying beast. Facing an opponent that one could not beat and still wanting to rush headlong to fight, it was not courage. Rather, it was extreme stupidity. The 4 mutant water snakes slithered up to the 2 mutant elite water snakes and began to let out agitated hissing noises. Those 2 beasts immediately stopped swallowing the pink flowers, simultaneously swiveling their heads around to stare at Yu Zhong coldly. They suddenly uncoiled their bodies and shot towards Yu Zhong like arrows. Yu Zhong was startled, immediately turning tail and fleeing. Facing 2 mutant elite water snakes, and a Type 2 mutant water snake on top of that was the equivalent seeking death. When the 2 mutant elite water snakes moved, their speed was extremely explosive. Even though they possessed huge bodies, they were as quick as they were large, and the dense forest could not slow down their speed at all. Yu Zhong had 72 points in agility, yet he had no means of shaking them off. Instead, they seemed to get closer and closer. Damn it! Yu Zhong eyed the 2 beasts which were getting closer, before opening his right hand and shooting a bone spear to propel himself into the air, making him fly up onto one of the huge trees. Those two mutant elite water snakes did not falter, swiftly climbing up that huge tree and opening their mouths, preparing to bite down on Yuzhong. The speed of those two mutant elite water snakes far surpassed that of normal mutant water snakes, and as Yuzhong was placed under immense pressure, he activated his shadow steps skill. His speed breaking past the 100-point mark, Yuzhong dodged the incoming attacks by a hair's breadth. Chapter 233 Advancement to Level 40. Chapter 233 Advancement to Level 40. Yuzhong knew that he could not fight against these beasts in terms of stamina or speed. He had to defeat them in the shortest amount of time, otherwise all that awaited him was death. After dodging the attacks of those two mutant elite water snakes, his right hand shot out a bone spear towards another tree, propelling him towards one of the snake's heads. He took out his stinger and immediately let loose a barrage of 6 shots. At such a close range, the power of the stinger was fully exhibited. The bullets pierced through the scales of the mutant elite water snake and into its brain. The mutant elite water snake writhed in agony as it thrashed about, managing to break the bone spear that Yuzhong had shot out with its brute strength. However, the snake itself fell down from the tree, and it landed heavily on the ground as it continued to struggle. The other mutant elite water snake saw its companion's miserable state, and it opened its huge mouth, spraying out a dense cyan poisonous mist towards Yuzhong, ready to engulf him. That mutant elite water snake had just opened its huge mouth when an extreme feeling of danger arose in Yuzhong's heart. He immediately retreated hastily, not daring to go near the mutant elite water snake and jumping onto the branch of another huge tree instead. Although Yuzhong had retreated with all his strength, he had still unfortunately come into contact with the poison mist. Other than the areas covered by the encompassing body armor, long scars actually appeared on the exposed parts of his body. Yuzhong's face turned pale. If he had been enveloped by that mist earlier, he might already have been dissolved into nothingness. The fear towards the mutant elite water snake in his heart upped by another notch. A moment ago, if he had been closer to the beast by just a bit, he definitely would not have been able to escape the poison mist. Yuzhong swiftly changed the bullets for his stinger before he fired it at the mutant elite water snake. With the aid of his firearm's control skill and superb aiming, the stinger bullets accurately hit its right eye. As the snake's right eye directly burst open, a huge amount of mucus mixed with blood flowed out from the wound. Blinded by the bullets, the mutant elite water snake opened its bloody jaws painfully, before spraying out balls of cyan-colored poison mist one after another at Yuzhong once again. Yuzhong's danger perception skill kicked in effectively again. As the mutant elite water snake had just opened its mouth, Yuzhong's figure had already shifted in advance, avoiding the snake's attack. At the same time, he took aim with his stinger to continue his assault on the snake's other eye. 6 stinger bullets were fired out, breaking through the snake's other eye. The mutant elite water snake immediately emitted hisses of grief, as it continued to constantly spit out small clouds of poisonous green fog. Under the constant exposure of the poison mist, the surroundings all became a scene of deathly stillness. Grass withered, the trees started to putrefy, and 2 unsuspecting mutant rats that had just passed by immediately died, dissolving into fluids within a span of 3 seconds. Yuzhong hid far away, watching the mutant elite water snake spray out the poison mist. After spitting out a few more clusters of poison mist, the snake suddenly calmed down. It stuck out its tongue, which vibrated in the air for a while, before quickly shooting out like a thunderbolt towards Yuzhong. After all, snakes use their tongues to perceive their surroundings and to hunt their prey. Even though the mutant elite water snake had undergone evolution, it had still retained its basic snake instincts and abilities. The reason for why it had spat out the poison mist just now was because of the severe pain in its eyes, which incurred the snake's wrath and made it feel very indisposed. At this moment, the duration for the Shadow Step skill had already passed the 30 seconds mark and it deactivated. Ignoring his stamina usage, Yu Zhong activated the skill once again and once again. His speed soared past 100 points in a flash. As the mutant elite water snake opened its mouth wide and bolted towards Yu Zhong like lightning, Yu Zhong dodged the impending attack and leapt onto its head. He stabbed down at the snake's head using his dark magic blade with all his strength. Covering the scales of the mutant elite water snake, there was a layer of mucous membrane. After Yu Zhong had stabbed the snake, the greater part of the attack had been negated by the membrane. In addition, the dark magic blade actually slid off the scales, with no way of penetrating them. Yu Zhong frowned as he thought, "Even the dark magic blade is no good? What a pity, if only I had learnt the blade's strengthening skill." When it came to dealing with the higher-level mutant beasts, the most difficult part about them was always their scales, fur or skin. It was incredibly difficult to harm them with just normal methods. Coupled with the fact that these monsters possessed huge strength and various abilities, wanting to achieve victory over these monsters was extremely difficult. Although Yu Zhong could easily dispose of an L2 or a normal mutant water snake with his dark magic sword, he had no way of slashing open this mutant elite water snake's scales. The mutant elite water snake felt Yu Zhong lying on its head, and as it shook its head around, the snake immediately rushed over to knock its head against a large tree. Yu Zhong did not dare to stay on the snake's head for any longer. He let go and rolled towards the side. Meanwhile, the mutant elite water snake had rammed viciously against the large tree that was 30 centimeters in diameter. That tree was hit squarely in the middle with great force, causing it to snap into two like a twig. From this, it could be seen how incomparably ferocious the attack was. The moment Yu Zhong landed, he quickly escaped to the side. Once again, the mutant elite water snake used its tongue to sense its surroundings, before charging frenziedly towards Yu Zhong once again. Yu Zhong shot out a bone spear and propelled himself up into the air, before landing on the head of the beast once again. He hugged onto its head and pressed the stinger against the snake's skull, firing off 6 shots. The 6 stinger bullets managed to tear through the incomparably hard scales of the mutant elite water snake, penetrating through its head and piercing its brain. After firing those 6 shots, Yu Zhong quickly leapt off of the snake's head. Upon receiving the 6 shots, the mutant elite water snake immediately began to writhe about in excruciating pain, its huge body constantly striking against the surrounding trees as it struggled. Congratulations on reaching level 39. You have gained 2 enhancement points. Congratulations on reaching level 40. You have gained 2 enhancement points. Congratulations on reaching level 40. You have gained 1 skill strengthening point. Once those 2 mutant elite water snakes had fallen, 2 huge orbs of experience entered Yu Zhong's body. Adding on to those 10 normal mutant water snakes that he had killed before, the total amount of experience he had gained pushed him up to level 40. Yu Zhong quickly chose to enhance his agility by 4 points. As he examined the skills he currently possessed, he sighed and chose to spend his skill strengthening point on the Devil Flame skill. A level 3 skill, Devil Flame, enhanced +1. Consumes 5 stamina points and 5 spirit points to activate. Upon activation, it will consume 1 stamina point and 1 spirit point every 10 seconds. Its power is dependent on your spirit, stamina, endurance, and vitality. Under the circumstances where the amounts of spirit and stamina being channeled out are the same, the Devil Flame's output will be twice its original power. You can now also use the flame to form other shape. With just a thought, Yu Zhong activated his upgraded Devil Flame skill. He felt that it was now a lot easier to conjure up the flames, and with another thought, the Devil Flame immediately left his hand and was suspended in mid-air. So this really was the case. Yu Zhong had seen enhancers like Flame King Gu Zhixing and Ice King Zhang Yun controlling their respective skills without any restrictions, manipulating the elemental forces to conjure up different forms, such as fireballs or ice cones. Yu Zhong thought of the action in his heart, and the suspended fireball flew out, bombarding a huge tree and causing a fist-sized scorch mark to appear on it. He looked at the scorch mark and quietly assessed the damage potential of his Devil Flame skill. Compared to the Fireball skill, it's just slightly weaker. If I continue to increase my spirit and stamina, then I should be able to cause the same amount of damage as the Fireball skill can. After finishing up, Yu Zhong walked up to the corpse of one of the mutant elite water snake. He used his dark magic blade to pierce through a small hole in its head that had been created by the stinger, before using all his strength to saw through and prise open the scales nearby. He reached inside the head and forcibly dug out a red nucleus the size of a finger, as well as a small bead of blood essence. Yu Zhong did the same for the other mutant elite snake, eventually digging out the same things. A level 4 skill, True Seeing Eye. This is an active skill, and with its usage, one can see through most illusions. Also allows user to see through the level of an enhancer at a lower level, as well as anyone not more than 5 levels above user. Skill requires one to possess 100 points of spirit, not including enhancements from equipment. Out of the 2 skill books that dropped, one was the level 4 True Seeing Eye skill, whilst the other was a level 2 firearms control skill. After storing those 2 skill books into his storage ring, Yu Zhong started to eat a precious apple of vitality. The apple of vitality was also a god and devil system item with a very low drop rate. Previously, when he had defended against the herd of mutant pigs, there were only 5 that dropped out of the thousands of pigs. After resting for 25 minutes and consuming all 5 apples of vitality, Yu Zhong activated his encompassing body armor once again, before proceeding carefully towards the direction of the Type 2 mutant water snake in the depths of the forest. Having reached level 40 and enhanced his Devil Flame skill, only now did Yu Zhong possess a thread of confidence in confronting the Type 2 mutant water snake. He wanted to see if there was any opportunity for him to defeat it. Chapter 234. Explosive Slaughter of the Type 2 Mutant Water Snake. Chapter 234. Explosive Slaughter of the Type 2 Mutant Water Snake. Yu Zhong proceeded with great care along the way which he had previously escaped, until he came to the towering tree with countless pink flowers that seemed to reach the clouds. It really is huge. Yu Zhong looked at the Type 2 mutant water snake coiled atop the huge tree, and his heart was filled with alarm. The Type 2 mutant water snake's body spiraled all the way up to the top of the great tree, so its body length might well be over 100 m. Yu Zhong carefully observed the Type 2 mutant water snake for a while, assessing the gap in strength between it and him, before he quietly sneaked off. Once Yu Zhong had left the area, he tried to find any place where the previous occupants might have stored weapons. Along the way, he saw an infantry fighting vehicle and a Type 69 tank that had either been flipped by onto its side by the mutant plant, or attacked by the strange mutant vines. As Yu Zhong looked at the remnants, his heart ached. If he possessed those vehicles, even facing a horde of zombies in the tens of thousands would not be a problem. However, the steel machines had already been seized by the mutant plants. There were obvious signs of damage, and it was unknown if they could still be operated or not. There were mutant plants growing all over the place inside this mechanized infantry brigade station, hence Yu Zhong had to search for quite some time before finally locating a storage facility for weapons. I've struck gold! As soon as Yu Zhong opened up the storage facility, his eyes immediately began to blaze with unbridled fervor. Everywhere inside, there was brand new modern weaponry. Type 03 rifles, QJZ-89 Type 12. 7mm heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, PF-98 Type 120mm anti-tank bazookas, 95 Type 5. 8mm light machine guns, all sorts of advanced weaponry were displayed inside the facility. Yu Zhong swiftly placed the PF-98 Type 120mm anti-tank bazooka into his storage ring, since only weapons as such could bring about harm to the Type 2 mutant water snake. The rest of the light weapons simply had no way of harming the beast. He continued to search within the station, and it wasn't long before he came across an ammunition dump. After retrieving plenty of ammunition for the bazooka, he made his way back to the Type 2 mutant water snake. Once again, Yu Zhong arrived in front of the huge tree that the huge Type 2 mutant water snake was coiled around. He did not dare approach it too casually. Instead, he jumped onto a nearby tree and started to climb up towards that huge tree without pausing. After reaching the top of the tree, he still had not come across the head of the huge Type 2 mutant water snake. Only then did he truly realize the sheer size of the beast. Yu Zhong hoisted the PF-98 Type 120mm anti-tank bazooka and aimed it at the body of the Type 2 mutant water snake, before directly firing an explosive shot. With a fiery flash, the rocket instantly bombarded the huge body of the Type 2 mutant water snake and exploded violently upon impact. At its greatest power, the bazooka artillery could penetrate vehicle armor 800mm thick. As for the Type 2 mutant water snake, regardless of how freakish its scales might be, it definitely could not compare to a tank. Under the immense firepower of the bazooka rocket, the Type 2 mutant water snake's body was directly blown into two parts and a huge amount of blood sprayed out. The lower half of its body fell down to the ground, twitching painfully for a while before stopping. The beast had received heavy damage, causing it to drop down from the huge tree, thus allowing Yu Zhong to finally see it in its entirety. It was about 80 m in length and 2 m in diameter, and its entire body was covered in pale yellow scales. There was also a black horn 1.5 m long growing on its head, giving it the frightening aura of a flood dragon. This monstrous beast had already lost around 30 m of its body after being injured by Yu Zhong's bazooka, but it still had over 50 m of its body remaining. When the Type 2 mutant water snake landed on the ground, it immediately began to writhe in agony, its massive body exploding with an immense force that directly snapped the surrounding trees in half one after another. Yu Zhong's position atop the tree was also undermined when the tree was felled by the beast's thrashing. He immediately shot out a bone spear from his back, piercing through another tree behind him, which directly pulled him over. When using white bones as his encompassing body armor, he could shoot out bone spears from anywhere on his body. It was just that using both hands to do so was more intuitive to humans, and it was easier to control them that way. As he was being dragged backwards by the bone spear, he had already taken out another rocket for the PF-98 Type 120mm anti-tank bazooka from his storage ring. The bone spear stopped retracting, fixing Yu Zhong in midair. He aimed at the Type 2 mutant water snake that was struggling in agony once again, before bombarding it with another rocket. With a blazing flicker, the fearsome rocket exploded upon impact on the beast's body once again. Yet another huge hole was created on its body, which increased the extreme suffering of the Type 2 mutant water snake. Yu Zhong did not dare be careless and reloaded the bazooka once more. He aimed at the struggling beast and shot out another rocket at its body, creating another massive bloody hole. Yu Zhong consecutively reloaded and shot out 10 rockets from the PF-98 Type 120mm anti-tank bazooka at the beast, turning most of it into a pile of flesh and blood, with its body broken into several parts. After the 10th rocket had exploded on the beast, the Type 2 mutant water snake flailed for a moment, before finally ceasing to move. Yu Zhong gazed at the immobile Type 2 mutant water snake, and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The fearsome behemoth had caused him to reconsider using his current enhanced self and abilities to fight it. The slightest mistake would have caused him his life. Therefore, he had chosen the safest method, using advanced heavy-duty weaponry to take it down. Even though he would lose out on the huge experience orb a monster as such might provide, at least he could ensure his own safety. Yu Zhong carefully hoisted his PF-98 Type 120mm anti-tank bazooka as he circled around the snake to a location 50 m behind its body. He aimed carefully at the beast's intact head and cocked the trigger again. Another explosion sounded out as the anti-tank rocket landed on the snake's head and exploded, directly blowing out an enormous bloody hole. Upon receiving such a fatal wound, the Type 2 mutant water snake's head was penetrated. It struggled a few more times before it truly died and finally stopped moving. As Yu Zhong looked at the bloody mess of the skull, he switched out the bazooka for a .03 rifle, firing 3 consecutive bullets that all went through the massive hole in the snake's head. After suffering from an attack like this, the Type 2 mutant water snake did not struggle anymore, so it was obvious that it was really dead. Upon seeing this scene, Yu Zhong was finally able to relax. Yu Zhong proceeded carefully towards the carcass of the Type 2 mutant water snake, preparing to immediately escape if he detected anything amiss by activating his Shadow Step skill. This time, the behemoth was truly dead. No accidents happened and Yu Zhong successfully arrived atop the snake's head. He reached inside the skull and dug around with his big hands for a while, before discovering a red nucleus the size of 3 fingers and a scarlet bead of blood essence. Yu Zhong glanced at the black horn atop the snake's head and thought for a moment, before taking out his dark magic blade and starting to saw away at it. Yu Zhong tried to saw the horn off before he was quickly forced to give up, as the black horn's toughness was beyond that of steel. Regardless of how much strength he used, he was only able to leave a long white mark on the horn. If he wanted to saw off this horn, it might take more than an entire day's worth of time. After all, the dark magic blade was not meant for sawing. Exactly what's on that tree, for this beast to keep guard there so strictly? A thought flashed past in Yu Zhong's heart as he looked at the huge tree that had pink flowers growing all over it, as well as a large hole in it that had been caused by the explosions earlier. Without any hesitation, Yu Zhong swiftly climbed up the tree. After reaching the top, Yu Zhong still saw countless pink flowers growing there. Furthermore, there were 7 fruits growing amidst the sea of flowers. Of the 7 fruits, 1 was red, 3 were pink and another 3 were cyan in color. The red fruit was the largest amongst them, about the size of a grown man's fist. The 3 pink ones were about as small as an infant's fist. As for the 3 cyan fruits, each of them were only about the size of 2 fingers. A fragrant aroma was being emitted from the red fruit, and the moment Yu Zhong caught scent of it, his entire body seemed to become extremely comfortable and his spirit felt uplifted. This really must have been the treasure that the Type 2 mutant water snake was guarding. As Yu Zhong looked at the red fruit, he couldn't help himself from plucking it and taking a bite. A lusciously sweet juice quickly spread through his mouth, before flowing down his throat and into his stomach. It was rapidly absorbed by him and transformed into an incomparably refreshing energy as it circulated around his body, nourishing every single part of him. Yu Zhong finished that red fruit in just a few bites, and the refreshing energy flowed through his body for another while, before its nature suddenly changed. It became a surging force that crazily rampaged inside him, as it forcefully strengthened and reconstructed every single part of his body, right down to his individual cells. Yu Zhong's face immediately turned red with the change as his body temperature soared. His head started to feel giddy from the sudden surge of energy, as though he had a fever. He collapsed powerlessly atop the tree and fainted. With the passing of time, those who were standing guard outside started to feel more and more anxious. Why is he not back yet? Did something happen? Zhuo Yadong looked at the mechanized infantry brigade station as a hint of concern flashed past her eyes. Miss Yadong, should I send some brothers out to take a look? Xiongzheng came up to her and asked deeply. He was also extremely worried about Yu Zhong's current safety. Gu Manzi also came up to Zhui Yadong's side and said with a worried face, "Yes, Sister Yadong, let's send someone in to have a look. Brother Yu still hasn't returned, he might be in danger." Chapter 235. Title at End. Chapter 235. Title at End. Zhui Yadong furrowed her eyebrows as she shook her head and declined. "No. He said that without his orders, no one is to move." Gu Manzi looked at Zhui Yadong and demanded, "But he could be in terrible danger right now. Are we just going to stay here and not care about him?" The nearby soldiers turned their heads around and watched the argument. These few days, Yu Zhong's display had already led them to be quite convinced about his ability. Yu Zhong had not only given them food and shelter, but he had also led them to victory against the mutant pig horde, raising their aspirations and morale to the max. He did not abandon the heavily wounded warriors, but rather kept to his promises and provided support for them. Furthermore, in every battle so far, Yu Zhong had always charged up to the front lines to fight, making those soldiers all approve of him. Zhui Yadong glanced at Gu Manzi before replying blandly, "Let's wait another 2 hours. If there is still no news about him, I will bring people to go in. Sister Manzi, how about entering the station with me?" Gu Manzi's face turned pale and she pondered for a while, before eventually replying, "I don't have the sort of strength that Sister Yadong has. Even if I do go, I'll just be a burden. I think I'd better wait out here for Sister Yadong and Brother Yu to return together." Zhui Yadong glanced disdainfully at Gu Manzi as she said coldly, "You shall just wait here then." Tong Xiaoyun walked up to Zhui Yadong's side, as she gripped tightly onto her replica Tang sword and said, "Sister Yadong, I'll go in with you. I believe that Brother Yu will definitely be fine." Before the apocalypse, Tong Xiaoyun had been a very fragile loli who would shriek incessantly even at the sight of a cockroach. However, due to the harsh apocalyptic environment that she had suffered under, she had begun to undergo astonishing changes. After experiencing the battle to protect Clear Wind Camp with Yu Zhong, Zhui Yadong and the rest, she started to become more courageous and confident. Zhui Yadong gave Tong Xiaoyun an extremely gentle smile. Sister Xiaoyun, you've got guts." Zhui Yadong was also growing fond of this brave and cute little girl. "They're starting to band together. What do I do?" As Gu Manzi looked at the growing relationship between Zhui Yadong and Tong Xiaoyun, her face turned very pale and a trace of panic flashed past her heart. The 2 hours passed by very quickly, and Yu Zhong still hadn't returned yet. Zhui Yadong decided to directly pick a few of the warriors from the first company, intending to walk towards the mechanized infantry brigade station together with them. "Miss Yadong, let me take a few people to check instead." Just as Zhui Yadong was about to set off, Xiongzheng came over with a few of his men and said to her. Even though Xiongzheng had once been an enemy who had then surrendered, Yu Zhong still considered him as a very valuable asset, and had let him be in charge of an entire company. Xiongzheng received all sorts of goods as remuneration for his work, and thus he held Yu Zhong in great esteem as well. "Xiongzheng, you are one of Yu Zhong's generals. You must remain here to direct the troops if needed. My combat ability is higher than yours as well, so if there is any danger inside, I can somewhat protect myself. I'd better be the one to enter," Zhui Yadong said firmly as she rejected Xiongzheng's suggestion. Xiongzheng did not press any further and warned, "Please take care." During the battle to protect Clear Wind Camp, Xiongzheng had seen Zhui Yadong's incredible fighting strength for himself, therefore he was fairly confident in her ability. Leading Tong Xiaoyun and 6 warriors with her, Zhui Yadong carefully made her way into the mechanized infantry brigade station. Attack helicopters! As soon as they entered the encampment, Zhui Yadong and the others saw those attack helicopters that had been entangled by the devil vines, and all of their eyes lit up. The combat potential of these attack helicopters was extremely formidable. Even possessing just one of the helicopters would be sufficient to deter the nearby powers. Since it was their first time seeing the attack helicopters, they couldn't help themselves from moving forward a few steps towards the helicopters. As Zhuo Yadong looked from afar, she saw the countless vines that had been severed by Yu Zhong, which were currently scattered on the ground about 5 or 6 m away from the devil vines. She hurriedly shouted, "Don't go over! It's dangerous there!" After being berated by Zhuo Yadong, those 6 warriors immediately stopped advancing and returned back to her side. Zhuo Yadong observed the surroundings carefully, before bringing the party further into the depths of the dense forest. These were all killed by him. Zhuo Yadong and her party hadn't traversed the forest for too long, before they came across multiple monstrous-looking mutant water snakes lying dead on the ground. All of them had been beheaded cleanly in one strike. Seeing the corpses of these gigantic mutant water snakes, all of those present began to worship Yu Zhong's combat prowess even more. Zhuo Yadong brought the others with her as she followed the trail of corpses. Eventually, they came to the clearing where the huge tree covered entirely with pink flowers was growing. All of them saw the behemoth that was over 80 m long and 2 m in diameter. It was reminiscent of a prehistoric monster, yet it had still been bombarded into chunks, leaving everyone with a peculiar feeling in their hearts. The Type 2 mutant water snake looked like the flood dragon from Chinese myths, yet a huge beast as such had actually been disposed of by Yu Zhong. Everybody's reverence and admiration for him instantly reached the peak. Right at this time they saw White Bones, who always went campaigning with Yu Zhong. Holding a large axe, it stood quietly beneath the huge tree. There was the corpse of a mutant water snake lying at its feet. Upon seeing White Bones, all the members of the party relaxed. They recognized this person, who had always followed Yu Zhong, as if it were his perpetual shadow. White Bones' strength was tyrannical, and aside from Yu Zhong and Zhuo Yadong, he was also currently one of Clear Wind Camp's top combatants. White Bones' loyalty to Yu Zhong was known to everyone as well. Zhuo Yadong walked up to White Bones and said, "Mr. Iron Bones, may I ask where Yu Zhong is?" After Yu Zhong had used skill points to enhance it thrice, White Bones now possessed some initial intelligence. It stared at Zhuo Yadong and recognized her as Yu Zhong's woman, eventually extending one of its hands and pointing a finger to the top of the huge tree. Zhuo Yadong continued to ask, "Can I go up to see him?" White Bones directly extended its axe in front of Zhuo Yadong to block her path, using this action to signify that she couldn't do so. Yu Zhong was currently undergoing a crucial point in his growth. As Yu Zhong's summon, White Bones would definitely not allow anybody to go and disrupt him. Zhuo Yadong also did not insist, and she proceeded to give an order to one of the warriors beside her. "Lu Guang, both you and Zhang Yu go and notify Xiongxing. Let him know that Commander Yu is safe and sound, and is currently resting. Tell him not to worry and to continue waiting." "Yes, Miss Yadong." Lu Guang and the other soldier Zhang Yu replied, before immediately going back the way they came from. After receiving the information that Yu Zhong was fine, everyone heaved a sigh of relief and continued to wait quietly for his return. 8 hours. The rampant energy inside his body constantly alternated between hot and cold, causing Yu Zhong to constantly toss from side to side. As his body temperature fluctuated between ice-cold and blistering hot, Yu Zhong endured this torture for an entire 8 hours. Only then did he slowly wake up. Congratulations on successfully evolving and becoming an evolver. Your innate evolution attributes are spirit and endurance, making you a dual attribute evolver. You are currently already a level 40 enhancer. This time's evolution has let you gain 10 points of spirit and 10 points of endurance as bonus enhancements for opening the entrance to evolution. On top of that, you have gained additional enhancements of 39 points in spirit and 39 points in endurance for rising up in level. In total, you have gained 49 points in spirit and 49 points in endurance. Your current occupation is Dark Knight. Since you have become an evolver and your level is above 30, you have gained the passive skill Heart of Darkness. Level 5 passive skill, Heart of Darkness. Once you have learnt this passive skill, all your Dark Knight class-related skills will automatically gain 1 point in enhancement. Level 2 skill, Art of Fear, plus 1 enhancement. Skill can used on a single target within a radius of 300 m. It can also be used indiscriminately within a distance of 60 m. Effect of skill has been strengthened. A Level 2 skill, Night Enhancement, plus 1 enhancement. You temporarily gain 2 additional points in all 6 major attributes when in darkness. A Level 3 skill, Tamer Technique, plus 1 enhancement. The number of intelligent beings that you can tame has now increased from 1 to 2. A Level 3 skill, Devil Flame, plus 2 enhancement. Devil Flame's damage output has increased threefold compared to its power before enhancement. A Level 2 skill, Shadow Step, plus 1 enhancement. Upon activation, user gains an extra 35 points in agility for 5 minutes, requires 10 points of stamina. Level 2 skill, Encompassing Body Armor, plus 1 enhancement. Duration, 30 minutes. Level 3 skill, Summon Special Skeleton, plus 4 enhancement. Your special skeleton has evolved and gained new skills. New Skill 1, Sharpen. This skill allows the special skeleton's bones to become sharper. New Skill 2, Basic Intelligence. This ability allows your special skeleton to possess basic intelligence. It is now capable of independent judgment. Special Skeleton, White Bones Level 30. Strength, 59-10. Agility, 59-10. Vitality, 59-10. Stamina, 59-59-10. Spirit, 59-59-10. Endurance, 121-10. Possesses skills. Skill 1, Utilizing Bones ability. Skill 2, Strengthen Bones. Skill 3, Bone Manipulation. Skill 4, Feign. Skill 5, Return to Hell. Skill 6, Immediate Summon. Skill 7, Sharpen. Skill 8, Basic Intelligence. Summon Special Skeleton, Shadow Steps, and Devil Flame were actually all active skills that were linked to the Dark Knight class. This was why Yu Zhong was able to select the hidden profession Dark Knight as his class back then. Yu Zhong quietly assessed the changes to himself after evolution. After swallowing that scarlet fruit, he had finally become an evolver. Due to his evolution, his own strength had also changed tremendously. This applied especially to the level 5 passive skill, Heart of Darkness, which instantly gave a huge boost to his power. Other than that, due to his status as a dual attribute evolver, Yu Zhong's evolution potential was now much greater than other people's. I've finally become an evolver. Yu Zhong could feel the earth-shaking changes in his body, and he thought to himself elatedly. Ever since he had come across Yao Yao, the first evolver he had ever met, Yu Zhong had always hoped to become an evolver as well. It was just that those natural evolvers he knew were all geniuses with outstanding aptitude, who had only awakened their inner potential and become evolvers due to a stroke of luck. Yu Zhong's aptitude was mediocre and he was only able to reach his current state by constantly putting in effort. He had to depend on that strange scarlet fruit to awaken his natural abilities as an evolver, and it actually turned out that he was a dual-attribute evolver with unlimited potential. Yu Zhong could vaguely guess the key to his evolution. The fruits here were probably the key to my evolution. That Type 2 mutant water snake must have been guarding them. As Yu Zhong expected, the Type 2 mutant water snake had precisely been guarding the scarlet fruit, waiting for it to mature. If it had been successful in swallowing the matured scarlet fruit, it could continue evolving to eventually become a Type 3 mutant beast. It was just that the strange scarlet fruit hadn't completely matured yet, and the Type 2 mutant water snake just happened to meet its end at Yu Zhong's hands. In reality, the strange scarlet fruit that Yu Zhong had consumed still hadn't fully matured. Otherwise, if it had, it would have benefited his evolution a whole lot more. After guessing how this matter came about, Yu Zhong immediately plucked the remaining 6 fruits and placed them into his storage ring. He did not know if there would be another chance for him to wait for these fruits to ripen, and so the best choice was for him to pluck these half-ripened fruits right now. Even though the effects from eating them certainly wouldn't be as effective, it was still better to have them kept safely with him. Since these fruits were obtained from fighting the mutant water snakes, I shall call them snake birth fruits. These snake birth fruit flowers might also be useful towards evolution. I'll get someone to pluck all of them later. Yu Zhong glanced at the pink flowers that covered the entire snake birth fruit tree, before climbing down nimbly. The moment he climbed down from the tree, Yu Zhong saw Zhui Yadong, Tong Xiaoyun and a few warriors waiting for him below. When he saw them, he felt extremely touched, yet a little upset at the same time. He asked sternly, "How come you guys are here? Didn't I tell you to wait outside? It's very dangerous here." Within the mechanized infantry brigade camp, there were all sorts of dangerous mutant plants growing all over the place. If they had been just slightly careless, then they could very well have all perished in this place. Tong Xiaoyun felt a bit wronged and refuted him, saying, "We're only here because we were all concerned about your safety." When Yu Zhong saw that Tong Xiaoyun dared to answer back, he raised an eyebrow and was preparing to scold her, to let her understand the importance of complying with military orders. "That's enough, Sister Xiaoyun. Husband was also just worried about our safety." Zhui Yadong patted Tong Xiaoyun's shoulder, before walking up to Yu Zhong's front and looking straight at him. As always, she spoke in a voice as gentle as water. "It's my fault. I disobeyed your orders and brought people to find you without permission. No matter how you want to punish me, I will still have no complaints. Degree. Yu Zhong saw the tender expression of Zhui Yadong, and he was not able to let out his angry rebuke. After all, Zhui Yadong only brought people over to find him because she was concerned. "Just this once. Let's go." Yu Zhong could only say something like this before he led them out of this place. This time around, for the sake of gaining control over the entire mechanized infantry brigade station all in one go, Yu Zhong brought over the entire battalion from Clear Wind Camp. As soon as he returned to the camp, he immediately ordered all the troops to enter the mechanized infantry brigade station. The troops began to frenziedly transport all the weaponry and equipment that they could find in the encampment. There were all sorts of advanced technology, such as Type 69 tanks, Z-9 attack helicopters, multi-barreled rocket launcher vehicles, armored command vehicles, meteorological radar vehicles, ammunition supply vehicles, anti-tank artillery vehicles, Type 95 SPAA vehicles, HJ-8 anti-tank vehicles, unmanned surveillance aircraft. All this greatly widened the horizons of Yu Zhong and his team, since they were essentially country bumpkins who had never seen such advanced weaponry before. Xiongzheng found Yu Zhong and inquired with both excitement and helplessness, "Boss Yu, how should everyone move these away?" Although there were many Type 69 tanks, attack helicopters, IFVs and all sorts of other vehicles that had damage caused to their armors by those mutant plants, there were still some undamaged armored vehicles. Yu Zhong and his men managed to find 10 intact Type 69 tanks, as well as some other armored vehicles that were free from damage, such as a few HJ-8 anti-tank vehicles. However, the greatest problem lay right there, as there weren't enough people in Yu Zhong's team who were able to drive these advanced weapons of war. Driving a tank certainly was not as easy as driving a normal car. Furthermore, even the number of people who knew how to drive large vehicles in Yu Zhong's battalion was less than 30. Yu Zhong pondered for a while, before firing off a series of orders. Let's first use those jeeps to transport as much light weaponry as possible. I remember we have 4 people in this battalion who have operated bulldozers before. Let them drive 4 of the Type 69 tanks back. Not long after, an enormous vehicle fleet brimming with modern weaponry departed from the mechanized infantry brigade station, driving into the distance. This vehicle fleet was much larger than the one that had originally come to the station. Yu Zhong's team transported back a large amount of firearms, ammunition, bazookas and grenade launchers, grenades, landmines and various other types of light weaponry. As for those armored vehicles, they did not take as many. This was because they lacked people who knew how to operate the machines. Even if they did somehow drag all the vehicles back to Clear Wind Camp, they still wouldn't be able to use many of them. Chapter 236. Venomous Blood Essence, Dispelled by Gu Manzi. Chapter 236. Venomous Blood Essence, Dispelled by Gu Manzi. Mahogany Town was the place where Yu Zhong had settled his people after moving away from Clear Wind Camp. It was only a small town, and prior to Z-Day, there weren't more than 2,000 people living there. It had already been opened once, hence most of the resources inside had already been cleared out, but it was still suitable to live in. After Yu Zhong had returned to his own quarters, he took out one of the mutant elite water snake's blood essences and absorbed it. He did not dare to absorb it back when he was still in the mechanized infantry brigade station, in case he fell into a deep sleep or there were any unpleasant side effects. Here in Mahogany Town, there were over 2,000 people nearby who could protect him. The moment the blood essence was swallowed by Yu Zhong, it transformed into a surge of energy that circulated in his abdomen, constantly nourishing his body. Congratulations on gaining 7 points in vitality and 1 point in endurance. After the surging energy came to a rest, the pleasing notification resounded beside Yu Zhong's ear. Yu Zhong did not feel anything wrong with his body, and so he immediately proceeded to swallow the blood essence from the other mutant elite water snake too. Once again, the same sort of energy current circulated rapidly through his body, constantly nourishing it. Congratulations on gaining 3 points in vitality. This time, the effects of the snake blood essence had diminished by over a half. Evidently, Yu Zhong's body was already beginning to develop a resistance to this type of blood essence. The blood essences of normal mutant water snakes were now of no use to Yu Zhong whatsoever. Furthermore, since he had already absorbed the blood essences of mutant water snakes many times before, the enhancements he received this time around from taking the mutant elite water snake blood essence weren't even as great as the benefits which he had gained from his first time taking the blood essence of a normal mutant water snake. Yu Zhong did not hesitate in the slightest and swallowed the last blood essence from the Type 2 mutant water snake in one gulp. This time, as soon as the blood essence reached his abdomen, it transformed into a much more violent rush of energy. As the scorching energy current circulated within him, it nourished his body and made it bursting with vitality. Congratulations on gaining 14 points in vitality and 5 points in endurance. Following the sweet sound of a notification, Yu Zhong's vitality, including the added bonus from equipment, reached 111 points. Even without his equipment, he still had at least 100 points in vitality, which was 10 times that of a normal person. He immediately pulled out the level 4 skill book and directly learned it. A ray of light flashed, and within his sea of knowledge, an abstruse rune representing the rebirth skill was coagulated. Upon possessing this skill, Yu Zhong's survival ability increased enormously. Even if his limbs were severed during a battle, he would still be able to make use of this skill to slowly regenerate them. With this skill, his rate of recovery also soared. In a battle where both parties possessed similar strength, this would be particularly useful. This time I have really gained a lot. Yu Zhong could clearly feel that after this experience, his power had undergone an earth-shaking change. Suddenly, a scorching burst of energy rose from Yu Zhong's abdomen and rushed directly to his brain. At that moment, his body heat rose dramatically, and the fiery energy almost obliterated his sense of reason. Shit! Yu Zhong could feel that something was wrong, and he immediately bolted out of the room. Master! There were 4 maids standing right outside his bedroom. Amongst them were Ma Lily and Xingfang. As they saw him rushing out, they all bowed slightly and saluted him. Both of Yu Zhong's eyes were scarlet, filled with unbridled lust. He directly pulled Ma Lily and Xingfang into the room in a rather barbaric manner, and threw them onto the large bed. Without even closing the door, he immediately ripped apart Ma Lily's clothes and directly penetrated her body. A beautiful red flower immediately blossomed on the pure white bed sheet as Ma Lily's eyebrows furrowed. Once the look of pain on her face had passed, a joyful expression soon appeared as she took the initiative to hug Yu Zhong and kiss him on the face. In the current apocalyptic age, if a girl wanted to live on comfortably, then they would have to become a strong enhancer like Ji Qingwu, who possessed superb combat awareness and instincts. Alternatively, they could be like Yao Yao, who became a powerful evolver from the very start. Other than that, most of the girls living through the apocalypse right now could only rely on a strong person to live well. Ma Lily belonged to the category where she had nothing other than her looks. She did not have any other outstanding talents, and so she could only attach herself to Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong didn't enjoy tormenting girls like the perverted Lai Tianyang, and he also had great abilities and strength. This made her adore him to no end. It was just that there were already outstanding beauties like Gu Manzi, Zhui Yadong and Tong Xiaoyun beside him, hence Ma Lily knew that it was very difficult for her to receive Yu Zhong's attention. She actually felt very happy and proud for him to treat her in such a manner today. As Xingfang watched the entangled couple, her charming face blushed a little before she took off her clothes as well. She was left wearing only black laced underwear and a black flowery bra, making her seem even more appealing than before. After she had removed her clothes, Xingfang also climbed onto the huge bed. She stuck out her tongue and licked all over Yu Zhong's body like a lamia, livening things up even more. Under Yu Zhong's powerful assault, Ma Lily soon gave a huge groan of pleasure before collapsing powerlessly. Yu Zhong directly dragged Xingfang over and stacked her on top of Ma Lily, before proceeding to fiercely penetrate her body as well. Once again, a beautiful red flower blossomed upon the partly snow-white bedsheet. The 2 other maidservants standing outside heard all sorts of sounds from within the room, and their faces turned red. They were no longer naive little girls after being immersed in the explosive information age. Naturally, they fully understood what was going on within the room. They couldn't help themselves from feeling jealous and envious of the 2 girls who had obtained Yu Zhong's favor. After this, Xingfang and Ma Lily's positions would certainly be above theirs. The 2 pretty maids outside glanced at each other, and couldn't help feeling curious as they peered into the room that had its door wide open. A petite maid stared fixedly at Yu Zhong before inadvertently blurting out, "So big!" A curious light flashed past the eyes of the pretty, baby-faced maid as she said, "Master really is quite robust. Will Xingfang still be okay after this?" "Hee little Jia. Since Xingfang has been broken by Master, why don't you go over and help? Pa. You damn girl, watch if I don't tear your mouth apart." Those 2 girls laughed loudly outside the door. Even though Chen Ming had gone to take care of governmental affairs, the orders that he had laid out before were extremely strict. Even though those 2 maidservants wanted to obtain Yu Zhong's affection, without him actually calling them in, they did not dare to enter. Right at this time, Gu Manzi walked over and saw the commotion. She frowned and asked, "What are the 2 of you doing?" The 2 maids instantly straightened up and said anxiously, "Miss Manzi." Gu Manzi had also heard the peculiar sounds coming from within the room. She looked inside and saw the scene could make the girls blush. Even though Gu Manzi was usually full of jealousy and lacked the courage to fight, she was not stupid at all. She immediately inferred that something was wrong with Yu Zhong. That's not right. Yu Zhong is normally not someone without restraint. Even if he did want to sleep with these two girls, he definitely wouldn't leave the door open. There must be something wrong with his body. I should go ask Zhuo Yadong for advice. Just as she was about to leave, Gu Manzi suddenly remembered how many times she had disappointed Yu Zhong before. She paused for a moment before coldly ordering the two maids. What has happened here? No one is to talk about it, understood? The two maidservants didn't dare to argue with Gu Manzi and replied, Yes, Miss Manzi. As Gu Manzi strode into the room and closed the door, she saw Yu Zhong ravaging the two girls. Gritting her teeth, she took off her own clothes, revealing her ample breasts, tender white skin and her incredibly sexy figure that was full of youthful vigor. Carrying a fragrant scent on her, she entwined around Yu Zhong like a bewitching lamia, before kissing him on the face. Yu Zhong had already pounded Xing Fang until her body was sore. He swiftly grabbed Gu Manzi and pressed her onto him, directly penetrating her beautiful body. Once again, another bright-colored rose blossomed on the bedsheet. Within Gu Manzi's eyes, there were two limpid teardrops suspended there. Before the end of the world, she had been a proud, swan-like princess who countless men had pursued. After the world has changed, though, she actually had to resort to measures like this to obtain the affection of the man in front of her. Even though she had long since mentally prepared herself, she still could not help tearing up a little at the thought. Divina Celestial Beanglal, Kuan has been ranting about how the bedsheet could still be magically snow-white even after taking the cherries of 3 girls, which is how the bedsheet is always described in the Ross LOL. Yu Zhong hugged Gu Manzi's alluring body as he pounded for a long time, before finally releasing his seed into her. By doing so, the aphrodisiac poison from the type 2 mutant water snake's blood essence was also completely expelled. After his release, Yu Zhong quickly woke up and saw the 3 women whom he had just devastated. They looked very weak and were collapsed sloppily upon the bed. He felt slightly apologetic, yet there was also a strange feeling in his heart. It's a pity. If only I had done it when I was still wide awake. Well, at least he's honest. Yu Zhong looked again at the 3 incredibly beautiful ladies around him, and his eyes flashed with a hint of regret. Drawing the 3 beauties into his embrace, he then fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Yu Zhong's nose felt itchy and he couldn't help but sneeze. He opened his eyes and saw Gu Manzi using her fine black hair to tickle his nose. Gu Manzi propped up her charming face with both her hands as she gave Yu Zhong a bewitching smile and said, "Good morning, brother Yu." Her lush black hair, smooth white skin, ample chest, deep cleavage and exquisite facial features made it so that when Yu Zhong looked at her, the breathtakingly beautiful scene brought about a sudden urge in him. "Morning!" Yu Zhong pulled her over into his embrace and kissed her extraordinarily beautiful face. His slight dissatisfaction with her vanished like smoke in thin air. Even if she did not have any courage or battle strength, it was still all right. In any case, he was there to shoulder everything before them. Xing Fang and Ma Lili had also just woken up. They looked at Gu Manzi with envy, but they didn't go over to compete with her. After this eventful night, Xing Fang and Ma Lili's statuses soared. Other than Zhuo Yadong and the other 3 girls, Gu Manzi, Tong Xiaoyun, Yun Kaiwei, the rest of the community all began to show more respect to them. The knot in Gu Manzi's heart was also undone, seeing as she had now found her own place. She was starting to exude an astonishing feminine allure. Chapter 237. Ningguang County Invades. Chapter 237. Ningguang County Invades. In a lavish villa within Ningguang County, Yu Zhong's archenemy Lai Tianyang was currently sitting on a sofa. Beside him sat a fat man with a large head and big ears, whose bulging stomach made him seem as if he was 6 months pregnant. There were 4 stunning young ladies in revealing clothes who knelt before him, massaging his legs, as well as another 2 ladies as such kneeling on the sofa beside him and gently kneading his shoulders. There were also 2 ladies standing behind him who were carefully massaging his back. 4 bright-eyed men wearing black suits stood beside the fat man, staring fixedly at Lai Tianyong. The fat man was the ferocious tiger's controller of Ningguang County, Tao Jingyi. Prior to the apocalypse, he had been the tyrant of Ningguang County, colluding with various officials and simply doing as he liked. He had a few hundred henchmen under him, and he had opened all sorts of businesses such as a real estate company, a bar and an internet cafe. In total, he had possessed over 2,000 workers and lackeys in Ningguang County. After Z-Day, Tao Jingyi had managed to overcome the initial difficulties, wantonly using the name of the government to persuade survivors to join him. At the same time, he began to organize his own forces, eventually opening up a military camp and obtaining a large number of weapons and ammunition. Not long after, he brought people to subdue the entire Ningguang County and began to widely recruit subordinates. By borrowing the name of the government, he was able to gather many survivors. Once the number of survivors under him had grown to more than 12,000, adding on to the fact that there hadn't been any news from the central government for a long time, Tao Jingyi decided to discard this pretense. He formed the Ferocious Tigers Group and declared himself the leader, before continuing to rule Ningguang County under a dictatorship regime. With an entire military camp's worth of modern weaponry and a substantial amount of resources like food, Tao Jingyi began to swallow up the various surrounding powers one by one. The total number of survivors currently under him was already over 16,000. In this region, he could be considered as a real big shot. Lai Tianyong laughed lightly as he said, "Chairman Tao, are these women to your liking?" These days, Lai Tianyong had relied on his own abilities to decimate the leader of a small-scale power. With his overbearing nature, he became the leader of the small-scale power, and these beautiful women were actually brought over from that small community by him. Tao Jingyi rolled his eyes at Lai Tianyong. As if he were scolding a dog, he cursed unhappily at Lai Tianyong, saying, "Not very satisfied. Out of these 8 ladies you've sent me, 4 of them have been used before by others. You fucking want to insult me, don't you? You're so insincere, yet you still wish to borrow my troops, no way. Damned fat pig. Do you know how hard it is to find pretty virgins after the apocalypse? Finding you 4 of them is already a blessing. You didn't say anything when you were about to receive them, but now that they're in your hands, you want to go back on your words. How shameless!" Lai Tianyong was full of indignation in his heart, but he actually maintained his smiling facade and said slowly, "Chairman Tao, as long as you lend your troops to me, I promise you that I will be able to find you 20 beautiful virgins. Remember, Clear Wind Camp's population actually numbers in the 2000s. If we attack Clear Wind Camp and assimilate the people there, your power will definitely be enlarged by 1 step. Furthermore, they have just gone through an attack by a herd of mutant pigs. Their ammunition has already been depleted, so right now is the best time for you to launch an attack on them." Tao Jingyi's small eyes blinked a few times, before he squinted at Lai Tianyong and slowly asked, "What's in it for you if we wipe out Clear Wind Camp?" There were no free lunches in this world. Tao Jingyi was well aware of that, and he certainly didn't believe that Lai Tianyong would deliver such a delicious piece of cake right up to his mouth for no particular reason. Lai Tianyong gritted his teeth as he replied savagely, "Clear Wind Camp's Yuzhong stole my base and my women. I really want to consume his flesh and skin him. After destroying Clear Wind Camp, I don't need anything. All I want is Yuzhong and his women." Tao Jingyi pondered for a while, before replying shamelessly, "All right. Since it's like that, I'll make an exception just for you. However, my Ningguang County has a shortage of workers, and you seem to have over 300 survivors under your control, right? Hand them over to me and we'll treat that as the fee for borrowing my troops." Upon hearing that Tao Jingyi actually wanted to take away the 300-plus survivors under his control, Lai Tianyang was so furious that his lungs almost exploded. A small force like this was all that he had right now, yet Tao Jingyi still wanted to take it away, which filled his heart with resentment. As a faint killing intent started to seep out from him, an extreme desire to kill the fatty in front of him emerged from within Lai Tianyang. Right at this moment, another strong killing intent, which was by no means inferior to that of Lai Tianyang's, seeped out from the other corner of the room, shaking Lai Tianyang awake. Tao Jingyi was only a normal person, whose fighting strength couldn't even measure up to that of normal citizens. However, being the controller of Ningguang County, he had been able to use means like food and beauties to rope in many experts. This was why Lai Tianyang didn't have the slightest bit of confidence in being able to successfully kill Tao Jingyi in this place. Lai Tianyang suppressed the anger within his heart and pretended to hesitate for a moment, before nodding his head in agreement and saying, "Sure. I will hand them over to you. When will you dispatch your forces?" Lai Tianyang didn't have any plans for those 300 survivors anyway. After all, with the existence of two major powers in this region, Tao Jingyi and the Chinese army itself, being trapped in the middle left him with no future prospects whatsoever. He intended to first take down Yuzhong, before immediately moving somewhere else to establish himself again. To normal people, there was danger everywhere after the apocalypse, leaving them with no way of traveling elsewhere. However, to evolvers like Lai Tianyang, as long as he didn't provoke any fearsome mutant beasts or come across a vast horde of zombies, then traveling was basically not a problem. Tao Jingyi seemed to be unaffected by Lai Tianyang's outburst of killing intent. Instead, he pinched the cheek of a beauty kneeling down in front of him and casually replied, "Once your people have arrived, I will send out my men. I shall go gather them now. I hope that you can keep your word." With that, Lai Tianyang stood up and strode out of the room. "All of you are dismissed." After Lai Tianyang had left, Tao Jingyi waved his hands towards those 8 beauties and 4 bodyguards, telling them all to withdraw. A thin man with protruding temples slowly walked out from the shadows. He had dark skin and the thenar spaces, webbing between thumb and index finger, of both his hands were covered with calluses. Both of his eyes flashed with a bright light. Once the man had walked out, the frivolous and haughty expression of Tao Jingyi was wiped away, replaced by a stern and serious one. "Baozi, what do you think?" The middle-aged man who had walked out of the shadows was called Zhang Bao, the strongest evolver under Tao Jingyi's command. Prior to Z-Day, Tao Jingyi had saved Zhang Bao's life and had even done all sorts of favors for him. After the events of Z-Day, Tao Jingyi had also fiercely protected Zhang Bao's life when he was undergoing evolution and had a fever. This led Zhang Bao to have absolute loyalty to Tao Jingyi, as well as being his strongest subordinate. Zhang Bao said unhurriedly, "Yuzhong could usurp Lai Tianyang's position all by himself, so he's obviously not someone simple. I feel that Lai Tianyang's intention is to let both us and Yuzhong's side fight it out, making both sides sustain heavy losses, from which he stands to gain. Of course, his supposed hatred for Yuzhong is probably real." Tao Jingyi rubbed a jade ring on his index finger with his right thumb as he asked back, "That's right. That bastard Lai Tianyang really is a mad dog right now, wanting to bite at anyone who he's unhappy with. How confident are you of killing him?" Zhang Bao pondered for a while before replying in a low voice, "I am confident in being able to defeat him. However, in order to kill him, unless I join hands with Dong Zi, Taiya, Niu Xing and the others, there is only a 10% chance of finishing him off." Dong Zi, Taiya and Niu Xing were the other 3 evolvers that Tao Zhenjiu had recruited. Each of them was very overbearing, possessing powerful skills and abilities. Tao Jingyi contemplated for a while before saying, "I've decided. I must have this fat piece of meat that is Clear Wind Camp. Once Lai Tianyang has brought his people over, you, Dongzi and Niuxing will bring troops to go open up Clear Wind Camp. At that time, let Lai Tianyang be at the very front. Bring some additional rockets so that when the time's right, you can deal with both him and Yu Zhong at the same time." "Understood." Zhang Bao nodded. 2 days later, Lai Tianyang delivered the 300-plus survivors into Tao Jingyi's hands, as well as bringing along with him the address of the place that Yu Zhong's stronghold had just migrated to. As a tyrant of this area, Lai Tianyang knew this region like the back of his hand, and his new subordinates had constantly been monitoring the direction in which Yu Zhong's army was moving. Within a day, he was able to work out the exact location of Yu Zhong's new stronghold. Tao Jingyi also did not go back on his words and dispatched 2 battalions, forming an army 1,000 men strong. With Zhang Bao in command, they made their way towards Yu Zhong's stronghold. Tao Jingyi's current armed forces consisted precisely of 5 battalions, a total of over 2,500 people. Although he had such a strong army, there naturally wasn't enough equipment or weapons for all his soldiers, and so many of them were only assigned Type 54 handguns. Some were even given machetes, watermelon knives and butcher knives. However, according to Tao Jingyi's way of thinking, as long as they had the numbers, then they would have enough power. Using some of the men as cannon fodder was completely fine to him. Of course, there was an elite company within each of the 5 battalions, which was equipped with modern weaponry and equipment taken from the military camp that the ferocious tigers had opened. The elite companies possessed the greatest power, and only they could truly be considered as Tao Jingyi's trump card. Approximately 5 kilometers to the east of Mahogany Town, 10 warriors were hiding on the top floor of a small 2-story bungalow, taking turns to keep watch over the main road. If there were any vehicles passing by, they definitely would not escape the warriors' eyes. A fragile-looking young man of small stature walked up to another young man, who was sporting a beard and was dressed neatly in clean clothes. He said, "Squad leader, go and rest. It's my turn." These 10 warriors were all reconnaissance fighters from the 1st platoon of Yu Zhong's 1st company. All of them were enhancers above level 8. Amongst them, there was the squad leader Guoquan, who was a level 10 enhancer. After Yu Zhong had returned from the mechanized infantry brigade station with a huge amount of equipment, their team had been keeping watch here. They had already been stationed here for 4 days. When the horde of mutant pigs had attacked, it had caused Yu Zhong's stronghold to sustain disastrous losses. At the same time, though, it produced many new high-leveled enhancers all at once. "Su Yang, I'll keep watch for a little longer. Go back and rest first." Guoquan smiled at the small-statured young man, before both his eyes suddenly narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, "There's something wrong. Quickly notify headquarters. Enemies are on their way." In the distance, a huge fleet of vehicles could be seen making its way towards them. Chapter 238. Guoquan. Chapter 238. Guoquan. There is an enemy attack impending. Their main force consists of jeeps, trucks, buses, and an unknown number of people. There are no infantry fighting vehicles. One of the warriors was using a military walkie-talkie to rapidly report back to headquarters. Although he had been selected to join the reconnaissance squad, prior to this, he didn't have a lot of experience in warfare. It was thus understandable that he was unable to report back to headquarters like a genuine recon warrior would, using the proper protocol and giving accurate information. He could only give a broad outline of the most important information. Guoquan looked towards the warrior and asked, "How is it? What are headquarters' orders?" The warrior solemnly replied, "Headquarters have given their orders. We are to slow down their advance with everything we've got. After destroying the first armored vehicle that passes by here, we are free to retreat as we see fit. This reconnaissance squad was full of elite soldiers trained by Yu Zhong, who had no plans of sacrificing them for naught. Trying to obstruct a few hundred enemies with just 10 warriors was really too difficult. Guo Quan's mouth curled upwards as he patted the 2-type QLB-06 35mm light grenade launchers. He called out to the rest of his team. Just one armored vehicle? Headquarters seemed to think too lightly of us. With these guys we should at least take down 5 of them. Do you guys have the confidence? Yes. The rest of the team hollered back. Each member of this reconnaissance team had a 05 light submachine gun, 4 hand grenades, armor sewn from the mutant water snake scales, and also 2-type QLB-06 35mm light grenade launchers, making a total of 24 grenade. They could be considered to be armed to the teeth. After the battle with the herd of mutant pigs, they gained courage, self-confidence, and even became enhancers. They were also equipped with modern weaponry, which filled their hearts with confidence and had them in high spirits. Guo Quan glanced at his team of warriors in a pleased way, then proceeded to give out a series of orders. The huge vehicle fleet was getting closer to this small bungalow that they were stationed in. Guo Quan was lying on the rooftop, using the Type QLB-06 35mm light grenade launcher to aim closely at the foremost vehicle of the enemy troop, a Dongfeng warrior vehicle mounted with a machine gun. Just as that Dongfeng vehicle was about 100 m away from the building, Guo Quan immediately pulled the trigger. At the same time, another warrior named Su Yang also fired his QLB-06. With 2 huge booms, the 2 grenades exploded on that leading vehicle, with one of them landing on the fuel box, immediately causing the Dongfeng vehicle to explode into a huge fireball. Facing the sudden attack, the vehicle fleet was suddenly plunged into chaos. They simply did not have any experience in dealing with modern warfare weaponry. Some of the vehicles wanted to retreat, whilst others wanted to continue in their advance. In the ensuing chaos, many vehicles crashed against one another. 2 buses filled with soldiers crashed violently into each other, killing or injuring a few dozen of the soldiers inside. Guo Quan hadn't expected their attack to be so effective, and so he immediately lifted the QLB-06 to continue his assault on the vehicles, firing wildly. One by one, explosions rocked the vehicle fleet, causing a jeep and another Dongfeng vehicle to directly explode. Most of the vehicles then came to a stop and countless passengers armed with all sorts of weapons scrambled out. Up until now, Tao Jingyi's subordinates had only fought against zombies and normal humans, but never against humans that possessed heavy weaponry. They did not possess a sliver of experience in this sort of warfare. The other 8 members of the recon team opened fire on the chaotic scene in front of them, bombarding the 1,000-plus enemy soldiers. Some of them cried as they tried to flee, trampling over each other, resulting in a disastrous number of casualties. Ambush! Ambush! Immediately after the first attack, Zhang Bao had rushed out from his vehicle and was now hollering at the top of his voice. The moment he rushed out, other than the soldiers from the 2 elite companies of Ningguang County who had plenty of battle experience, the rest fled in all directions and went seeking for cover. While the soldiers of Ning County were busy looking for cover, Guo Quan and Su Yang nonchalantly took aim with their grenade launchers and shot at the vehicles, destroying them one by one. Charge! Zhang Bao looked at the constant barrage of grenades coming from the bungalow, and a grim expression flashed past his face. Leaving behind the 2 elite companies, he commanded the other 2 normal companies to act as cannon fodder and charge forward. Under the urging of Zhang Bao and the other elite soldiers, the 2 companies' worth of cannon fodder, who were scared witless, began to launch an assault on the bungalow. Good! As Gu Lian watched the few hundred people rushing towards the bungalow, he smacked his lips and from one of the bungalow's windows, he immediately began to wildly open fire at the cannon fodder. The concentrated barrage of bullets rained down on the unfortunate warriors and instantly decimated a few dozen of them, while the rest of them turned pale and immediately turned tail, fleeing ignominiously. Zhang Bao was furious as he and the elite warriors continuously shot down those who had escaped the fastest. Only then was the frenzied retreat of the cannon fodder survivors stopped. Following that, Zhang Bao organized 2 more groups of cannon fodder to rush towards the bungalow, resulting in the deaths of a few people each time. There was a pathetic outcome each time, with none of them possessing the courage to even fire at the bungalow. Lai Tianyang saw how useless the assaults were as his eyebrows furrowed and said, "This won't do. Brother Bao, let the 2 elite companies charge." The elite companies were the lifelines of Taojingyi and were also of extreme value to Ning County. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Bao wanted to first use the cannon fodder to engage in a war of attrition with those in the bungalow. He just didn't expect the cannon fodder to be such cowards. Zhang Bao's face turned ashen as he coldly stared at Lai Tianyang and said, "Lai Tianyang, didn't you say that they don't have any ammunition left? What's the deal with those grenade launchers?" If Lai Tianyang hadn't claimed that Yu Zhong had already expended all his ammunition, Taojingyi would have considered striking a deal with Yu Zhong. Otherwise, even if he conquered the enemy, he would have faced huge losses as well. When fighting against a formidable powerhouse, it was not as easy or simple as swallowing up a small stronghold. Conquering small strongholds would only require Taojingyi to launch a single assault, which would easily result in the small stronghold's armed forces being destroyed and assimilated. Lai Tianyang was equally depressed as he replied, "Maybe he got lucky and came across a military camp recently." Lai Tianyang hated Yu Zhong from the depths of his heart. Now that Yu Zhong's power had further increased, this only served to fuel his jealousy and rage. Zhang Bao glanced at Lai Tianyang, before ordering in a low voice, "There doesn't seem to be many people in the bungalow. Go and take care of them." Lai Tianyang's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. After all, he wasn't one of Taojingyi's lackeys, yet this Zhang Bao was obviously treating him like cannon fodder. Lai Tianyang's eyes were surging with anger and his expression turned cold. He silently walked towards the tall and sturdy middle-aged man named Niu Xing, as well as the ferocious-looking young man named Dong Zi with dyed blonde hair, who watched everything with a gaze sharper than daggers. Zhang Bao, Niu Xing and Dong Zi were all evolvers under Taojingyi, who had in turn spent a huge amount of resources to nurture and enhance their growth. This enabled him to have quite a few exceptionally powerful experts by his side. Lai Tianyang also knew that Niu Xing and Dong Zi were evolvers with great strength, so with great difficulty he suppressed his anger, before saying to Zhang Bao, "Then I shall go and kill them now." After which, he jumped out from behind the vehicular cover and activated his hurricane armor, rushing towards the direction of the bungalow. Lai Tianyang. Upon seeing the approaching Lai Tianyang with his hurricane armor, Guoquan and the rest of the warriors turned pale. After all, they were recently still at his mercy, and upon seeing the cruel and fearsome ex-tyrant of Clear Wind Camp, they naturally could not help but feel a bit fearful. In a flash, a concentrated barrage of 5.8mm bullets and grenades was fired at Lai Tianyang. However, it turned out that Lai Tianyang was actually just fainting. He did not attack the bungalow, but rather changed direction and fled instead, which accordingly led to most of the ammunition hitting thin air. Although some of the bullets actually entered the vicinity of his hurricane armor, they were then promptly swept away one by one. In just a few moments, Lai Tianyang had already escaped without even his shadow to be seen, leaving only the forces of Ningguang County to contend with the recon team under Yu Zhong. Seeing that Lai Tianyang had actually chosen to escape during this moment of crisis, Zhang Bao cursed. "Damn bastard!" Niu Xing frowned and asked Zhang Bao, What do we do? Brother Bao, should we send out the elite soldiers? Those cannon fodder troops could not be relied on, and so the only forces that could actually seize control over the bungalow were the elite soldiers, who were the core of Ningguang County's military power. Zhang Bao pondered for a moment. Now that Yu Zhong's forces possessed enough weapons and ammunition, he was rather worried. However, after some hesitation, he still gave the order. Let the elite 3rd Company's 1st platoon go forth. A whole platoon of soldiers immediately crouched down and made their way carefully to surround the bungalow on all 4 sides. These elite soldiers of Ningguang County had also seen and fought their fair share of zombies. Even though their achievements were far off compared to those of a proper army, they were still much better than those cannon fodder troops. As the platoon began to surround the bungalow, the recon warriors inside could feel the pressure. They continuously opened fire with their 05 light submachine guns at the soldiers from Ningguang County below them. The dense barrage of bullets caused 3 casualties amongst the elite warriors of Ningguang before the rest immediately dove for cover. Afterwards, they began to open fire, spraying unceasingly at the bungalow. Soon enough, both parties were engaging in an all-out gunfight. As a hail of bullets rained down on this area, one bullet found its way through the brains of one of the recon warriors, ending his life instantly. There was finally a casualty within the bungalow. Old Wu! As Guoquan saw his comrade falling beside him, he howled, his eyes scarlet like those of an injured beast. He fired the grenade launcher repeatedly at the enemies outside, and 2 grenades exploded on a small dirt mound, instantly killing the 2 Ningguang County soldiers taking cover behind it. What tenacious enemies! Zhang Bao glanced at the small bungalow and furrowed his brows slightly. In most of their previous conquests, the battle ended as soon as they fired and killed some people, upon which the rest would completely lose their morale and directly surrender. Although Guoquan was only in command of 1 squad, they were all fully equipped and had plenty of ammunition. They could maintain their firing accordingly and actually suppress all the enemy soldiers, giving them no space to even lift their heads, thus causing a lot of damage to the opposing side as well. Zhang Bao looked at the bungalow, which they still hadn't captured even after 20 minutes, and his face turned ashen. Angrily, he ordered, 3rd Company 2nd and 3rd Platoons, begin your assault on the bungalow. I want those enemies inside dead. Zhang Bao had originally wanted to conserve the fighting strength of the elite soldiers until they reached Mahogany Town, so that they could commence their onslaught on Yu Zhong's stronghold in prime condition. However, it seemed that, if he did not send them out now, he would have to spend even longer taking down this bungalow. Once the soldiers of Ningguang County's elite 3rd Company had joined the fray, the recon soldiers in the bungalow felt the pressure on them rise several-fold. In the gunfight that ensued, they began to receive bullet wounds one by one. Fortunately, they were dressed in the mutant water snake armor, which meant that as long as they did not suffer any wounds to the head, they could still survive. After such a long battle, only 1 other warrior had died to a head wound, the rest were still alive and fighting. Nevertheless, facing the huge increased barrage of firepower from the Ningguang County troops, Guoquan and the rest could barely even lift their heads under the complete suppression. Zhang Bao saw that the situation was swinging in their favor, yet he still frowned deeply. While the elite 3rd Company of Ning County was still firing at the bungalow from the outside, not a single one of them dared to rush in. If this continued, who knew how much longer it would take to completely wipe out the warriors inside the bungalow? Unfortunately, Zhang Bao's side were severely lacking in heavy weaponry. If they had heavy artillery, then the bungalow would already have been blasted to smithereens, and this battle wouldn't have been dragged on for so long. 3rd Company charge! Not a single enemy is to be left alive! Zhang Bao shouted out his command fiercely. He had already fought this war of attrition for too long, and he didn't want to waste a single second more. At Zhang Bao's order, the soldiers of the elite 3rd Company moved in from 3 different directions, crouching and making their way closer towards the bungalow that Guoquan and his team were stationed in. "They're here!" Seeing the elite soldiers of Ning County launching their assault, Guoquan spat out some saliva before starting to open fire with his grenade launcher at the soldiers. There wasn't anywhere good to seek cover near the bungalow, and so the 3rd Company soldiers sustained huge losses halfway through their assault. One by one, the grenades exploded on the poor elite soldiers of Ningguang County, killing them piecemeal. The constant barrage of fire from the 05 light machine guns was also effective at picking off the soldiers, as many of them fell lifelessly to the ground. Seeing that their comrades were constantly falling to the ground, the elite soldiers' morale crumbled apart, whereupon they immediately retreated like a receding tide. After all, they were not actual soldiers who had undergone rigorous military training and had firm resolutions. The outcome of this assault would be the deaths of another 2 recon warriors at best. There were currently only 5 people remaining amongst Yu Zhong's recon warriors. Damn it! Zhang Bao frowned as he could feel the determination of Yu Zhong's forces. Breaking past the defenses of the bungalow was not difficult in itself, but the morale and fighting spirit displayed by the warriors inside the bungalow gave Zhang Bao a huge sense of unease. "We can't drag this out any longer. Dong Zi, go and take care of them." Zhang Bao gave the order to Dong Zi in a low voice. Dong Zi's eyes flashed with a cold gleam as he activated the Shadow Step skill, which he had enhanced twice. He was an agility-based evolver in the first place, but with Shadow Steps active, his speed was over 11 times greater than that of normal humans. Chapter 239. Reinforcements. Chapter 239. Reinforcements. The moment Dong Zi charged forward, his entire person looked like a specter speeding towards the bungalow. As Guoquan and the remaining warriors watched Dong Zi draw closer, they raised their guns and fired wildly at him. It was just that their eyes could barely keep up with his movement trajectory, whilst their gun handling simply wasn't fast enough at all to hit him accurately. Dong Zi zigzagged his way towards the bungalow at high speed, making full use of his level 3 danger perception skill to help him avoid incoming attack. Those bullets would be enough to take his life if they landed on him, but as long as they did not hit, even 35mm grenades would not be able to cause him any harm. Dong Zi had a smug look on his face as he dodged each of the bullets with relative ease before arriving in front of the bungalow. He fired several shots at the lock and destroyed it as he viciously kicked down the door. The moment he kicked the door open, his smug look was wiped clean from his face, which promptly turned ash-gray. With a resounding bang, the claymore that Guoquan had placed behind the door exploded upon the impact of the door being kicked in. The fearsome expulsion of flame and whistling shrapnel completely engulfed Dong Zi, directly blasting his head off and turning his body into a fountain of tattered, bloody pieces. Dong Zi! Damn bastards! Zhang Bao's eyes were filled with fury and shock as Dong Zi, an evolver with tyrannical strength, had actually died to a claymore. Evolvers were naturally gifted. As long as they were nurtured, their latent potential far outstripped that of normal enhancers. If it was a normal battle on the ground, Dong Zi, as an agility-based evolver, could easily take care of Guoquan and his men. However, due to his carelessness and complacency, Dong Zi had fallen for the claymore trap set by Guoquan. This led Zhang Bao to feel angry, since he had always been proud of being an evolver and believed evolvers to be a special existence. Yet Dong Zi had been killed by a normal person, which led to his belief being shaken. When Dong Zi was killed, the morale of the Ningguang County soldiers plunged. Dong Zi, Zhang Bao and Yo Sheng were the strongest evolvers in the whole of Ningguang County, yet one of them had actually died while trying to assault the bungalow. Coincidentally, this gave rise to fear in the remaining soldiers' hearts. "Haha, we killed that bastard!" Inside the bungalow, Guoquan and the other 4 remaining warriors were celebrating with raucous cheers. Dong Zi's dodging capabilities and wraith-like speed had allowed Guoquan and the other recon warriors to experience for themselves the fearsome abilities of evolvers. The fact that they had actually managed to bring one down filled them with pride. One of the warriors piped up worriedly. "Squad leader, our ammunition is running low. Each of the 05 light machine guns have only a handful of bullets left. We are also left with only 4 grenades, while hand grenades number about 39. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out much longer." As they had been constantly laying down suppressing fire in attempts to push back the enemy troops, they had expended a huge amount of their ammunition. Guoquan brought out a canteen of water, and he took a large gulp before saying lightly, "We'll just allow them get closer before using the hand grenades to bomb them." Guoquan looked at his fellow soldiers who had fought hard, as he spoke out apologetically. "I'm sorry, my brothers. Initially we were to pull back after destroying one of their vehicles. I should have brought you guys and retreated. This time, I'm afraid that I've caused you all to face death in battle with me." Gu Lian looked at Guoquan as he guffawed. "Leader, why are you standing on ceremony? We are definitely willing to fight by your side all the way. Since we have become warriors, there will definitely be a day when we have to die. Even if it's not during a battle with enemies, it will likely be during a battle with zombies. Being able to die with you, I have no regrets. After 18 years, I'll be a hero once again. Haha. Adulthood is reached at 18 years of age, so after 18 years in their next life, they'll become great once again. That's right. Leader, we have already killed so many of those evil bastards, it's definitely worth it." The rest of the warriors cheered enthusiastically. Even at death's door, their morale remained high. They had previously led lives not worth living at Clear Wind Camp while under Lai Tianyang's rule, and it was Yu Zhong who had given them a new lease on life. He brought them into the army, gave them strength and respect, and led them on to victory after victory. They were completely willing to fight for him. Right at this moment, in the blink of an eye, the back wall of the bungalow had a hole blown right through it and Yu Zhong strode in. Upon seeing his valiant warriors in such dire straits, he said, "Don't worry, you won't die here." "Battalion Commander! Commander, you've come!" Upon seeing Yu Zhong appear, Guoquan and the rest stood up excitedly. Yu Zhong patted Guoquan's shoulder and said, "This time, it's all thanks to you guys that they have been stalled. Join me and we shall stop their advance for a while. Let's kill them all." In fact, Guoquan and the other recon warriors had dragged out the advance of Ning County for so long that it actually went far beyond Yu Zhong's high expectations. After all, although the recon warriors had excellent equipment, they were still only a 10-man team that was up against a force over 1,000 men strong. UBPC, this is Sparta Ea. XD. The efforts of the recon warriors gave Yu Zhong's side precious response time, and a huge net was being cast out swiftly right now to surround and decimate the invaders in one go. "Yes!" Guoquan and the rest cried out, full of exhilaration. Yu Zhong then threw a large bag on the ground, revealing its contents, a great amount of ammunition. When the recon warriors saw it, they immediately stepped forward to take 3 magazines each, reloading their weapons. Next, Yu Zhong activated his encompassing body armor, before walking to the front of the bungalow to observe the enemy's current situation. Zhang Bao hesitated for a while, before ordering the advance of the elite 3rd Company once again. Under the pressure of Zhang Bao, the elite warriors set out on another assault attempt. Yu Zhong watched the incoming soldiers before laughing coldly at their actions. Taking out his 05 submachine gun, he proceeded to fire in wild swathes at the elite soldiers of Ning County. Regardless, Yu Zhong's shooting skill was now extremely valiant after he had polished it countless times in the past. He constantly shot at the elite soldiers charging at him, killing them one by one. Those elite soldiers also began to return fire at Yu Zhong one after another. However, he did not dodge as the bullets simply ricocheted off of his armor. He was like an indestructible killing machine that was constantly bringing death to all the enemies, decimating the elite Ningguang County soldiers one after another. Once 20 of the enemy soldiers had been wounded or killed by Yu Zhong, the elite 3rd Company's morale plummeted once again. They flooded backwards in retreat, leaving behind corpses and injured comrades alike. After several charges, the 3rd Company had already lost 45 of its members, the loss amounting to more than half of their initial size. The final result was the loss of all fighting spirit. Of course, it would be the same even for actual military troops before Z-Day, not to mention these soldiers who have not even gone through strict military training. Only zombies with no intellect or mutant beasts would be able to continue attacking under this much mental pressure. Zhang Bao gritted his teeth as he ordered fiercely, "Elite 4th Company, you're up. Bring 4 of the rocket launchers, destroy that building and annihilate the enemies." Zhang Bai had coincidentally packed along 8 rocket launchers with 40-round drums. He had intended to use them against Yu Zhong and Lai Tianyang, but he had never expected that such a small resistance force could force him to reveal his hand. He had no choice but to thoroughly exterminate them. Heavy weaponry like 40-round rocket launchers were considered valuable assets in Ningguang County, and they were obviously limited in numbers. Zhang Bao was also quite conservative in their usage. However, after being forced to such a state, he had no choice but to blow them away. If Zhang Bao didn't give his all in exterminating this troublesome enemy, he wouldn't be able to dispel the shadow in his heart. 40-round rocket launcher. Are they finally using heavy weaponry? Yu Zhong gazed at the 4 enemy soldiers hoisting the precious weapons as he laughed icily. With a few gestures, he ignited 4 devil flame fireballs in the air, before sending them away swiftly to bombard the 4 rocket launchers. Following 4 horrifying sounds, the 4 40-round rocket launchers immediately exploded. The resulting blast directly killed or injured the 4 elite soldiers carrying them, as well as wounding 8 others in the vicinity, leaving behind little but their resounding wails of agony. After Yu Zhong had raised his devil flame skill to level 2, he was able to summon the flame with just a thought. He could also conjure up 4 blazing fireballs simultaneously, which he could use to attack enemies far away. Upon destroying the 4 40-round rocket launchers, Yu Zhong took out his own deadly QJZ-89 127mm heavy machine gun, firing wildly at the remaining warriors of the 4th Company who had only just begun to charge at the bungalow. The terrifying 127mm caliber heavy machine gun was like a frenzied killing machine as it spewed forth a terrifying hail of bullets. Any elite soldier caught in its line of fire would be immediately torn apart with their head exploding, shoulders blasted to pieces, and even their limbs shredded by the bullet. The entire scene of blood and carnage was quite terrifying. The elite soldiers who had tried to rush forward earlier had instead served their lives on a platter to Yu Zhong, and within moments, another 20 soldiers had perished. The remaining soldiers discarded all thoughts of advancing as they dove for cover and shivered while thinking about the scene they had just experienced. An evolver? There's an expert on their side. It's very likely that the assault this time around has already failed, so our priority right now is to retreat. Retreat immediately! Zhang Bao looked at the defeated soldiers of the 3rd and 4th Companies, his expression turning sour as he quickly issued orders to flee. The moment the Ningguang County soldiers heard Zhang Bao's orders, they immediately began to scramble back towards their vehicles. Not a single person was willing to stay here even a moment longer. We're finished. The return route is blocked. Tank! It's a tank! Oh my God, there's actually a tank! Just when the soldiers were preparing to escape in their vehicles, 4 Type 69 tanks suddenly appeared behind them and cut off their retreat route, leaving them momentarily stunned. The appearance of the tanks filled all the soldiers' hearts with a creeping sense of dread and despondence, as none of them were equipped to deal with tanks. Chapter 240. Seizing Ningguang County. Chapter 240. Seizing Ningguang County. When Zhang Bao saw the 4 Type 69 tanks, his face immediately turned deathly pale. Tanks? They actually have tanks. How is it that they have things like them? On land, tanks were the kings of modern weaponry. As long as the target was hit, one shot fired by the tank was enough to turn even an evolver like Zhang Bao into mincemeat. The 2 battalions of elite troops from Ningguang County would be almost completely crushed once the 4 tanks began their assault, whilst those remaining would be slaughtered by Yu Zhong and his men. Niu Xing ran to Zhang Bao's side, his face deathly pale as he exclaimed, "Brother Bao, let's quickly escape. If we stay here any longer, we will become Yu Zhong's captives." He had already noticed that there were military vehicles mounted with machine guns coming towards them, indicating that Yu Zhong's main forces were now hurrying over. If Yu Zhong's main forces managed to reach them, the Ningguang County soldiers would have absolutely no way of escaping. Zhang Bao glanced at the army vehicles and tanks that were noisily approaching. He was very clear that his side didn't possess the necessary strength to even defend against a single attack from Yu Zhong's forces. Eventually, he gritted his teeth and made a prompt decision to abandon the elite soldiers from the 2 companies as he escaped together with Niu Xing into the wilderness. When the Ningguang County soldiers saw that their 2 leaders were escaping, they, who already had low morale, lost all of their remaining willpower, causing their force to completely collapse as they escaped one after another. "Throw down your weapons, we won't kill those who surrender. Surrender and you shall be spared." Yu Zhong's forces closed in on the despairing soldiers, managing to round up a huge portion of them. However, some of the luckier ones managed to evade capture as they ran away. Due to the outstanding efforts of Guo Quan and his team, Yu Zhong's side had only lost 5 men in the throes of battle, yet they had caused 98 casualties on the opposing side, captured 687 of the remaining enemies, and even killed an agility-based evolver. They had even gained 2 whole companies' worth of equipment and a large number of vehicles. "Battalion Commander, what do you need me for?" Lu Arai shouted as he excitedly ran forward towards Yu Zhong. Just now, he had led some soldiers to chase and round up those Ningguang County runaways, causing him to become elated about his success. Yu Zhong said heavily, "Bring some people and take the captives back to town. I'm taking our forces out to take down Ningguang County. Until I'm back, you have to defend Mahogany Town well. All you need to do is coordinate with Chen Ming to protect the town, and you will have rendered a great merit." Lu Arai's greatest strength was his ability to follow orders. "Yes, Battalion Commander." Yu Zhong lightly nodded before bringing Zhang Niujiang and Xiong Jing with him. Both warriors were armed to the teeth. Their subordinates drove the 4 Type 69 tanks and a large number of other military vehicles that were fully loaded with arms as they sped towards Ningguang County. In the current era, the strong devoured the weak. The attack by the 2 battalions from Ningguang County had revealed that their soldiers lacked training. Their morale wasn't high, nor was their fighting spirit strong. Adding to the fact that they lacked heavy weaponry, Yu Zhong couldn't resist the desire to obtain this tasty piece of meat. When Clear Wind Camp was at its weakest, Ningguang County had tried to take advantage of the fact to swallow them up. Yu Zhong now wanted to turn the tables and make use of this chance to subdue them instead. As long as he could obtain Ningguang County's food and people, Yu Zhong's forces would grow tremendously. Ningguang County was not like Qingyuan County with a huge city wall surrounding it. However, to prevent possible assaults by zombies or mutant beasts, there were many tall wooden fences that surrounded the roads leading to the main town. At the same time, they had garrison soldiers who were in charge of keeping watch along the main road. A Ningguang County soldier, who was carrying a Type 03 rifle, was currently yawning from time to time. As he lazily gazed into the distance, he suddenly straightened his eyes and hollered loudly, "Attack! There's an enemy vehicle fleet approaching!" The other 7 soldiers on duty immediately stood up and looked into the distance. Upon confirmation of the enemy, their faces turned pale as they shouted, "Tank! There is actually a tank!" In the distance, 4 steel behemoths were constantly getting closer. Following behind the tanks, there was a long line of military vehicles fitted with various machine guns. Right as the 8 soldiers were considering whether to escape or not, a young man carrying a white flag strode up to the 8 soldiers and spoke in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "I am Su Feng, a representative for Mahogany Town's Yuzhong. I would like to request an audience with your highest commanding officer Tao Jingyi." Inside Ningguang County's CPC County Committee Conference Hall, Tao Jingyi was currently staring at Su Feng and the person standing beside him with an ashen face. The person acting as Su Feng's bodyguard was actually Yu Zhong. Tao Jingyi spoke coldly. "What do you want? Speak." Su Feng and Yu Zhong had already been searched, and did not possess any weapons. Tao Jingyi had also brought along 11 enhancers for his own protection, and so he wasn't too concerned about his own safety. Su Feng immediately came on strong and said, "President Tao, the 2 battalions you previously sent to attack us have already been annihilated. This time, we have brought along our own forces and hope for you to surrender unconditionally. In exchange, we would protect your assets and guarantee your family's safety. If we have to force our way in, I'm afraid we can't promise the same." Tao Jingyi's small eyes glinted maliciously with a look of shock. He retorted coldly, "Are you threatening me right now? Ningguang County has a population of 15,000 and a 4,000-man strong army. We even have an entire military camp's worth of equipment. If you dare to attack my Ningguang County, just know that my 4,000 soldiers are not vegetarians." Nevertheless, this matter truly was an error on my part first. I'm willing to hand over 3,000 tons of rations, 20 beautiful ladies, 1 ton of fuel and 150 kilograms of gold as compensation. After flexing his muscles, Tao Jingyi immediately attempted a soft approach. Ningguang County had 5 main battalions, as well as an additional battalion that was dedicated to public security, making its forces number about 3,000 people in total. Tao Jingyi's claim of 4,000 soldiers was just a figure of speech, and it didn't mean that his numbers equated to strength. Amongst the 5 battalions, Yu Zhong had already subdued 2. There were 4 battalions left, and if the soldiers in charge of public security were to try and fight with their cold weapons, it was tantamount to suicide. As for the other 3 battalions, only they had proper military equipment, but they did not possess enough heavy weaponry. Ningguang County had 2 infantry fighting vehicles that could be dangerous, but like Yu Zhong, they lacked the manpower and knowledge to operate the advanced weaponry. Therefore, when facing Su Feng's intimidation, Tao Jingyi wanted to display his own power and threaten them before offering another way out. This was all in the hope that they could try to reconcile matters between Yu Zhong's side and his. The 4 Type 69 tanks outside Ningguang County were also giving Tao Jingyi a huge amount of pressure. Tanks, they were considered the kings of land-based modern warfare. Yu Zhong looked at Tao Jingyi and he instantly activated his art of fear skill, causing a terrifying spiritual pressure to spread out with him as the center. Everyone was caught off guard, and other than Yu Zhong, everyone was engulfed in the huge area of effect of the art of fear. Since Su Feng and Tao Jingyi were only normal people, they immediately fainted. Out of the 11 enhancers that Tao Jingyi had brought, 7 of them also fainted directly while 3 others could only hug their heads in agony. Only the strongest, Tao Jingyi's only remaining evolver Taiya, remained conscious despite the sharp pain in his head. His eyes were filled with shock and fear as he pointed at Yu Zhong and exclaimed, "Evolver!" Yu Zhong looked at Taiya, saying coldly, "You're also an evolver, right? Surrender or you'll die here." "Go to hell!" Taiya bit the tip of his tongue as a scarlet glow flashed past his eyes. With a wave of his hands, many blades of air were flung in Yu Zhong's direction one after another. Taiya was a spirit-based evolver. He possessed the level 3 skill, air manipulation, which had already undergone 2 enhancements to reach level 5, making its power truly fearsome. The sharp blades of air could even cut through a gun. Furthermore, the air blades were formless and left no tracks, making them very hard to defend against. Gun? What type of gun? For all I know, this might be a plastic gun designed for undercover missions. Ambiguous way to let me know his strength. It's useless. You're too weak. Yu Zhong activated his Shadow Step skill and with a flash of his body, he easily dodged the air blade. He then appeared behind Taiya and grabbed his neck, before forcefully twisting and breaking it with a resounding crack. Yu Zhong then directly poured a drink onto Tao Jingyi's face, waking him up. He took out a gun and held it to the space between Tao Jingyi's eyebrows as he spoke with a voice full of killing intent. "Will you surrender to me right now? Or should I cut your head off and show it to all your subordinates? Do you want to try and see who will still fight to the death for you after your death?" Yu Zhong had risked entering Ningguang County purely for Tao Jingyi. If Tao Jingyi had surrendered willingly, then that would have been it. Even if he had refused, Ningguang County would be without a leader after killing him, and so seizing the county would be easier. Tao Jingyi could feel the gun pressed against his head as he looked at the fainted soldiers and the defeated Taiya. Laughing bitterly, he spoke, I admit defeat. I surrender, please spare my life." Tao Jingyi was not a soldier who did not care about death. Like most people, compared to death, he would rather live on. Tao Jingyi then asked carefully, "May I know who you are?" Tao Jingyi's perception was rather good, and he could tell that the person in front of him was not ordinary. He guessed that the person before him had to be Yu Zhong. In Clear Wind Camp, the only person who could take care of his evolver Taiya so easily was Yu Zhong himself. Yu Zhong gazed at Tao Jingyi for a moment before replying blandly, "I'm Yu Zhong." Tao Jingyi laughed bitterly. He didn't expect that he had actually brought in such a huge shark, nor did he expect that Yu Zhong would actually enter the enemy camp by pretending to be an envoy, even when he was the backbone of Clear Wind Camp. With Tao Jingyi's cooperation, Yu Zhong's forces successfully entered Ningguang County easily and occupied all the strategic locations. At the same time, they disarmed the 4 remaining battalions and carefully gathered all the equipment. All of this was witnessed by the indifferent survivors of Ningguang County. Although Ningguang County possessed 80,000 tons of rations, like many other rulers, Tao Jingyi had only provided his direct subordinates with ample supplies. As for the normal survivors, he gave them barely enough to survive. It was the same tactic that Yu Zhong and most other leaders would have used. After all, the current situation was still quite bleak and crops could not be grown yet. They would save as much as they could, just so it would last longer in the future. Tao Jingyi naturally wouldn't squander the rations in his possession. Chapter 241. Tong Xiaoyun Evolves, The Military Attacks. Chapter 241. Title Withheld. After Yu Zhong gained control over Ningguang County, he immediately increased the rations from 1 bowl of gruel to 3 bowls a day for the survivors, hence gaining the appreciation of most of them. The original 6 battalions of Ningguang County also went through changes, with Yu Zhong only selecting the best. With the original soldiers under him as the main corps, he formed a strengthened regiment that comprised 4 battalions. Lu Erei, Xiong Zheng, and Zhang Youjiang were all promoted to become camp leaders. From the previous battle in which Guo Quan's decisive actions had caught Yu Zhong's eye, Guo Quan had also now been promoted to a company leader. After the battalion was formed, Yu Zhong continuously put them under strict training. The meat from the Type 2 mutant water snake was also beneficial in boosting the recovery rate and strength of the soldiers who were pushed past their daily limits in training, letting them enter a period of immense growth. There's news of Yu Zhong. In Qingyuan County's conference hall, Qi Yang had gathered all the high-ranking officers. De Guzi could not help but exclaim, "Where is Boss Yu right now?" Lu Wen was also anxious and she asked, "Qi Yang, where is Yu Zhong? Quickly tell us." "Vice Commander Qi, where is Captain Yu right now? Tell us quickly." Lu Yen asked with scarlet eyes. The rest of the people gathered also looked towards Qi Yang anxiously, awaiting info about Yu Zhong's location. After Yu Zhong had lured the Type 2 mutant black-scaled ferocious boar away to protect the 1st Battalion's main soldiers and was declared missing, Qingyuan County had lost their core. Some were even affected adversely. However, under Qi Yang's leadership, they stuck to their plans according to Yu Zhong's instructions. As per normal, they continued to clear the zombies and expand outwards while looking for other survivors and rations. They simply didn't engage in any major operations. Qi Yang's expression did not falter as he replied lightly. Yu Zhong is currently in Ningguang County. He has subdued them and established another stronghold. He is currently the leader of over 17,000 people. 17,000 people! Hearing that number, the officials present could not help but let loose a cool breath. During the time that Yu Zhong was declared missing, they also had a huge number of survivors join them, but their total number was still currently only 12,000. Yu Zhong had actually established such a huge base all by himself, and in such a short period of time as well. It filled them with veneration, yet also pressure of some sort. Gui Yu's pretty features were currently frowning as she said worriedly, "Ningguang County. That's the county just down from SY County, right? There is a huge sea of zombies there blocking the way, and their numbers are definitely above 10,000. Guo Yu was in charge of gathering intelligence, and so she was very clear on the information about the huge sea of zombies. Obtaining intel was a very important task. If they received knowledge of an impending zombie horde, they could set things in motion to prepare for a counterattack or defense. Therefore, there was a specific department set up purely for gathering information. After Yu Zhong had swallowed Ningguang County, his total number of dependents had well exceeded the number in Qingyuan County. However, their fighting force and administrative system could not compare to Qingyuan County at all. Qi Yang had a serious expression as he said, "That's right. Yu Zhong has requested that we start an attack on the horde towards Ningguang County. He will also dispatch people to attack from his side. From now on, our main priority is to clear the zombies on the road towards Ningguang County. I hope that everybody will give their all, as the faster we clear a path, the faster we can meet up with Yu Zhong again." "Yes," all of them replied loudly in unison, and their morale reached a high. After coming to a decision, the entire Qingyuan County went up in a buzz. All the elite warriors of the 1st and 2nd Battalion were mobilized to head towards Ningguang County's direction and commence small-scale attacks on the zombie hordes. "Brother Yu, did you want me for something?" Back in Ningguang County, after an entire day of training, the originally fair-skinned beauty Tong Xiaoyun had now become quite tanned. She came up to Yu Zhong's side and asked curiously. Zhuo Yadong and Tong Xiaoyun both joined in the tough military training that the soldiers of the forces undertook. Both of them originally had fair, satiny skin which was now quite tanned. Both Zhuo Yadong and Tong Xiaoyun hoped to gain more strength to fight alongside Yu Zhong. As for Gu Manzi, Ma Lili and Xing Fang, they were unwilling to put themselves through all that hellish training, preferring to enjoy the lavish lifestyle within the comfort of the villa instead. "Eat this." Yuzhong took out a pink snake birthfruit and gave it to Tong Xiaoyun. Once she had received it, Tong Xiaoyun popped it into her mouth without any hesitation. After spending quite a lot of time together, she knew that Yuzhong would definitely not harm her. As soon as the pink snake birthfruit entered Tong Xiaoyun's abdomen, it transformed into a warm surge of energy that started to strengthen every part of her body. She was immediately affected by the rise in temperature, and her own body started burning up. Feeling lightheaded and short of breath, she promptly fainted in Yuzhong's arms. "Husband, what are you doing?" Zhuoyadong looked at the limp Tong Xiaoyun in Yuzhong's arms, wrinkled her nose and said tactfully, "If you want her, just let her know. Why do you need to resort to means like drugging her?" Tong Xiaoyun had a reddish hue to her skin and was breathing heavily. In addition to the fact that she was collapsed limply in Yuzhong's embrace, it looked as if she had just been drugged and was about to be taken advantage of. Yuzhong looked at Zhuoyadong and said lightly, "I'm just trying to help her evolve." Zhuoyadong carefully observed Tong Xiaoyun again, before saying apologetically, "I'm sorry, I've wronged you." Yuzhong just smiled to show that he didn't take it to heart. Tong Xiaoyun had a fever for the entire day. She woke up the next day, and the moment she awakened, she saw Yuzhong sitting beside her. Yuzhong looked at Tong Xiaoyun as she awoke and he smiled lightly. "You're awake. Feeling better?" Tong Xiaoyun looked at Yuzhong excitedly and exclaimed, I'm much better. Brother Yu, I've become an evolver. I am a spirit-attributed evolver and I even possess the telekinesis ability." To demonstrate, she pointed to her right and a flower vase flew straight into her hands. It really was telekinesis. Upon obtaining this ability, Tong Xiaoyun was elated and she continually moved different objects about the room, making them fly around. Yuzhong looked at Tong Xiaoyun indulging in her new ability and asked, "Can you try moving me?" Yuzhong wanted to see if this new ability could be used on humans. If so, then this ability was truly overpowered. It could almost be invincible. "I'll try." Tong Xiaoyun's eyebrows furrowed as she used her ability on Yuzhong. However, when the power landed on Yuzhong, it felt like a stone sinking down into the huge ocean. There was no effect. "It's no use," Tong Xiaoyun said dejectedly. Yuzhong consoled her. "It's all right. Your power is already strong enough as it is. I'm guessing that this ability cannot be used on living things, but you can definitely use your telekinesis to make use of objects to attack enemies. If you're strong enough, I think you could even stop bullet." Tong Xiaoyun nodded her head as she looked down at her hands. She was taken aback before running to the washroom and squealing, "My skin is fair again. My skin is fair again." After consuming the snake birth fruit, she had undergone a transformation and the pollutants in her body were dispelled. Even her skin that had become tanned under the sun regained its fairness. Divine. Yuzhong is going to make a fortune from selling this miraculous fruit to all those peerless oval-faced beauties with jade-like snow-white skin and charming eyes out there. Tong Xiaoyun had chosen to go through the high-intensity training with the soldiers. Even though she had gained strong combat abilities, she was still a girl, and as she watched her skin become more and more tanned under the sun as the days went by, she also felt pained. "Brother Yu, you're the best." Tong Xiaoyun ran out from the bathroom and leapt into Yuzhong's arms, kissing his face a few times. Being kissed by a beauty was definitely something Yuzhong felt good about. He lowered his head to kiss Tong Xiaoyun, and she responded by wrapping her arms around Yuzhong and began to passionately make out with him. Once their lips had parted, a thin strand of saliva still hanging between them broke. Tong Xiaoyun's face turned a deep shade of red once again, but this time her eyes seemed to fog over as she licked her lips seductively and said, "Brother Yu, I'm all yours." Her joy at successfully becoming an evolver, as well as her gratitude and veneration towards Yu Zhong, culminated in an overwhelming desire to express her love physically. Yu Zhong stared at the welcoming beauty before him, a delicate, alluring girl who was still in her youth, and he couldn't help but feel some arousement in his heart. "Husband, something's happened. The military has sent people over." Right when Yu Zhong was about to start doing something, Zhuoyadong pushed open the door and walked in, her face full of worry. "What? The army is attacking?" Yu Zhong's face paled, and all notions of getting frisky with Tong Xiaoyun immediately went out the door as he strode outside. Tong Xiaoyun cursed the army under her breath for having such bad timing. She fixed her clothes and donned her protective equipment, before taking up her Tang replica sword and walking out. Not far from Ningguang County, there was an army squad dressed neatly in proper army uniform that looked extremely well disciplined. They advanced towards Ningguang County in armed personnel carriers, APCs, with 2 infantry fighting vehicles and 2 122mm self-propelled howitzers leading the way. "This is going to be tough." Standing on high ground with a reconnaissance company, Guoquan observed the neatly dressed, well-trained official military soldiers, and his eyebrows furrowed tightly. Yu Zhong had obtained 10 Type 69 tanks, and even some 122mm self-propelled howitzers when he had opened up the mechanized infantry brigade station. However, the problem was that there was no one under him who knew how to operate these modern weapons. That time when he had taken over Ningguang County, the 4 tanks were purely there to intimidate the enemy and not a single shot was fired. Right now, the approaching official military force possessed 2 IFVs. Even more fearsome was the fact that there were also 2 122mm self-propelled howitzers. Furthermore, they had an entire battalion of properly trained soldiers, with fighting strength that might even exceed 10 times that of the 3,000 soldiers once under Tao Jingyi. Just when the army had reached the gates of Ningguang County, Su Feng brought a white flag as he walked towards the army and said, "I am Ningguang County's representative Su Feng, and I hope to exchange a few words with your commander." 2 of the soldiers stared at Su Feng coldly before saying heavily, "Move!" Under the watchful escort of the 2 soldiers, Su Feng was sent into the midst of one of the battalions to see the leader of this entourage. Damn! What a stunning yet cold beauty! The moment Su Feng entered the camp, he saw an absolute beauty with a head of jet-black long hair and an incredibly sexy body that would not lose to that of Zhuoyadong. However, she possessed an icy personality that seemed to even seep out from her bones, causing him to exclaim out loud. 2 other ladies dressed similarly in military uniform, also with striking features, stood to either side of that peerless beauty. All 3 of them seemed to form a picture of a safflower flanked by its beautiful green leaves. "I am Shen Shui, the leader that you seek. What do you want? Speak." The ice-cold beauty stared at Su Feng and coldly asked. Su Feng replied without skipping a beat. "I am Su Feng, a subordinate of Ningguang County's leader Yu Zhong. May I be so bold as to ask, what's the purpose of this visit by the esteemed army to our Ningguang County?" One of the beauties, who was tall, extremely refined, had short hair and a goose-egg face, spoke out smilingly. "Hi there, Su Feng. I am Lu Ning. The municipal leading body of SY County has a very good impression of your group of survivors, having reorganized yourselves, rescued the masses and defended your resources. This time, the purpose of our visit is to convey the message from SY County that there will be an appointed leader being sent down to take over. Your survivors will soon be able to return to the government and reunite with the other citizens." Standing to the left of Shen Shui was the short-haired Lu Ning, while standing to the right was a beauty with an oval face, Gao Lina. They were Shen Shui's confidants and best friends. When Su Feng heard this, he knew Lu Ning and the rest were here to capture Ningguang County, this big fat piece of meat. Yu Zhong had not taken over for a very long time, and another tiger, who had been eyeing this piece of meat, had now made its move. Su Feng pondered a while, before replying warmly. Ningguang County already has a decent government and administration set up. We do not need any new leaders. Please head back to SY County. Shen Shui immediately refused flatly. You go back and tell Yu Zhong. Tell him to surrender immediately and I'll spare his life. Otherwise, when my army attacks Ningguang County, I will definitely take his life. I'm only giving you people 30 minutes to consider. Now go back. Su Feng had wanted to reply, but was forcefully sent out by Shen Shui's subordinates. Seeing that Su Feng had been dismissed, Lu Ning laughed at Shen Shui. Shui, you're so aggressive. With an electric gaze, Shen Shui stared at her friend and said, This is wartime. You should address me as Battalion Commander Shen. Lu Ning laughed lightly and said, Yes, Commander Shen. You're so overbearing that Yu Zhong really doesn't know what's good for him. He actually wants to reject our Commander Shen. He really is courting death. Shen Shui's eyes flashed with a resolute gleam. When our nation is facing a crisis, those who establish their own base of operations are the worst kind of scum. I will definitely wipe them out and let them know the prowess of the People's Liberation Army. Chapter 242. Overbearing Army Soldiers. Chapter 242. Overbearing Army Soldiers. As expected, strength speaks volumes. Su Feng swiftly relayed Shen Shui's intentions to Yu Zhong, and after some preparation, he started walking towards the front. As he had just successfully snatched Ningguang County, he would definitely not give it up. Whomever wanted to take it from him had to pay the price in blood. It was the same even if it was the army. It is indeed the military. After arriving at the front lines, Yu Zhong noticed that the battalion members were already well hidden behind cover in the distance. Furthermore, there seemed to be a few snipers located in some unknown areas. He could only sense the killing intent enveloping him, but not the direction. Although the opposing force consisted of only a battalion, Yu Zhong was very clear that if both sides clashed, the 4 battalions under him would not be a serious match for the enemy's single battalion. With a thought, Yu Zhong activated his encompassing body armor and dashed out into the wilderness. He proceeded for some time in a roundabout manner, making his way behind enemy lines. There, placed behind the army, were the 2 122mm howitzers. A squad of soldiers were stationed as guards for these 2 advanced weapons, surrounding them in a group fashion. https://en Wikipedia org/wiki/122_howitzer_2A18_D30. These 2 howitzers could be considered the most important weapons for the army. With just the cumulative firepower of these 2 monsters, they could wipe out almost anything. It was also an instrument that could seriously impact the morale of enemy troops. Facing that kind of firepower was enough to cause feelings of desolation in any soldier, cruelly crushing and eradicating any hope of fighting back. Only the toughest in terms of mental strength could stand in the face of such weapons and fight to the death without retreating. Yu Zhong slowly made his way nearer to the 2 metal behemoths before suddenly erupting. Making his move, he drew his PF-98 120mm anti-tank missile launcher and fired a shot at one of the howitzers. https://en Wikipedia org/wiki/pf98. A flash, immediately followed by a huge explosion. The 122mm howitzer instantly became a huge ball of fire and scrap. Yu Zhong's utterly crazy actions had shocked the soldiers surrounding the 2 howitzers for a second. Just as fast, they started firing at him. The difference in shooting capability between the military soldiers and those under Tao Jingyi was basically heaven and earth. Even under the barrage of firepower as well as Yu Zhong's constant evasion, a number of bullets still found their way to his body, only to ultimately be repelled by his encompassing body armor. Dodging another hail of bullets, Yu Zhong rolled on the ground as he once again aimed the PF-98 and fired a shot at the final remaining howitzer. With a flash, the huge metal monster exploded into flames. In response, the military displayed their fearsome aiming skills. As soon as Yu Zhong had fired the anti-tank missile, 2 separate bullets from distant snipers managed to find their way to the spot between Yu Zhong's brows, only to be repelled by the encompassing body armor once again. Without White Bone's ability, Yu Zhong could have well died under even one of those sniper shots. After eradicating the 2 howitzers, Yu Zhong took out several hand grenades. Aiming at the line of enemy soldiers, he threw them using his strength that was 5 times that of a normal person. Upon impact, the grenades immediately exploded on their target. A total of 7 soldiers were caught by the huge explosion and were blasted to smithereens. Yu Zhong made use of the ensuing chaos to leap from his position and swiftly escape off into the distance. While it was true that normal rifle bullets could not do anything to Yu Zhong, that was not the only weapon the military had. There were also grenade launchers, rocket launchers, mortars and many other different types of weaponry. The moment the warriors recovered enough to group together and attack him, he would be dead in a matter of seconds. Ping! Ping! The telltale sounds of 2 gunshots rang out once more as Yu Zhong, who was in the middle of escaping, received another 2 bullets, this time to the back of his head. However, they too were deflected off by the encompassing body armor and seemed to not affect him in the slightest. Yu Zhong escaped into the forest some ways before climbing up a huge tree quite easily. He took out a JS-12 7mm sniper rifle and aimed towards the line of remaining soldiers. Kuan couldn't find this rifle for reference. Any of our gun readers know? http://baidu.com/view/1447109. HTM, explanation of some sort in Chinese. But yeah, do any of our gun readers know anything about it? With a ping, one of the soldiers immediately died on the spot after suffering a fatal headshot. The remainder of the soldiers immediately opened fire towards the location from which the shot originated, but due to the great distance, the bullets flew randomly and not a single one was able to hit Yu Zhong. Having climbed up the huge tree, Yu Zhong proceeded to take down the enemy soldiers with ease. After another 5 soldiers were quickly picked off by Yu Zhong, they didn't dare to risk showing themselves again. Instead, they did the only thing they could and sent for reinforcement. Shen Shui was currently in the middle of discussion with Lu Ning and Gao Lina on how to situate the matters of Ningguang County after they had successfully taken over. All of a sudden, they heard the sounds of the violently explosive destruction of the howitzers. They have made their move. The time limit we set is still not up and yet they dare to make a move first? When Shen Shui heard the huge explosion, her expression froze before she gritted her teeth and forcefully spat out each of those words. She had never imagined that before her imposed time limit of 30 minutes was even up, Yu Zhong had already taken the initiative to launch an attack first. The army represented the most superior force after the apocalypse. All along, no one had dared to go against the military. Not to mention even attacking military soldiers, Yu Zhong was the first to actually attack an entire military base. If it wasn't for Shen Shui forcing Yu Zhong, he really would not have resorted to such extreme measures just to end up antagonizing these fully equipped and well-trained soldiers. However, the 4 battalions he just established were simply not enough to go against this one battalion. Their combat prowess was incomparable. His only choice was to rely on their sheer numbers as well as his own tyrannical strength. Lu Ning also found herself gritting her teeth as she said, "That was from the direction of our howitzers. That asshole is too cunning. Arg. he actually destroyed our howitzers. Those two 122mm howitzers were their most prized killing machines. With a single shot, they could instantly decimate the opposing firepower. The bungalow that would be in the way of Shen Shui and the military was manned by Guo Quan and his team of 9. With just a single blast from the howitzer, they would be pulverized, completely regardless of how strong their fighting spirit was. Without those howitzers, Shen Shui and her battalion would have a much harder time trying to fight their way through. Gao Lina's eyes met Shen Shui's before saying, "Commander Shen, should we assign men to take care of the hassle behind us, or do we proceed to attack Ningguang County directly?" Shen Shui had seen through Yu Zhong's weakness and made the correct decision. The person behind this is most likely Yu Zhong himself. He is an extremely powerful evolver, so if he wants to escape, no matter how hard we try, it would be difficult to kill him. Accordingly, my decision is to directly attack Ningguang County. As long as we rout them, he can only surrender at the end of the day. You must remember, when compared to Shen Shui and her battalion of trained soldiers, the fighting capabilities of Yu Zhong's men was still considered inferior. If Shen Shui had called for the majority of her troops to deal with Yu Zhong, it would be playing right into his hands. With this decision, the entire battalion started making their way towards Ningguang County. On the front lines in charge of defending against the assault of the military was Guo Quan and his team. They were considered the elites amongst the soldiers Yu Zhong had trained up. From the moment the battle commenced, Guo Quan could feel the immense pressure issuing forth from the enemy. With a hail of bullets, the soldiers on the military side began to fire rapidly at Guo Quan's location. The snipers hidden amongst the soldiers were also firing tirelessly, and any soldiers under Yu Zhong unfortunate enough to stick their head out would immediately be picked off by the enemy snipers. Concurrently, the military soldiers were extremely efficient and systematically firing non-stop, using rocket launchers to concentrate fire on that single location. Both sides had been engaged in a crossfire for at least 10 minutes, and given the terrain, the army could only send out smaller companies to engage in the firefight. Guo Quan's company had already lost their first line of soldiers. If they weren't the most elite amongst Yu Zhong's troops, they might already have lost all their fighting spirit long ago. "Company commander, we can't hold on for much longer. If this goes on, the brothers will be wiped out. Let's make a break for it. Please let the brothers preserve their lives." One of the platoon commanders was begging Guo Quan. Out of the 30 men he commanded, 13 had died, while 5 had sustained heavy injuries. They had basically lost the greater half of their fighting force. Guo Quan maintained a resolute expression as he ordered. "Permission denied. We have received orders to hold this position for 30 minutes. Regardless of anything, we have to complete this mission. If the brothers below are wiped out, you will stand your ground. If you are all wiped out, then I shall stand my ground. No matter what, we have to stay for 30 minutes. Get back to your position." This strategic entry to Ningguang County was small and didn't allow too many people to cross it at once. Guo Quan knew he had to wear down the enemy numbers and stamina at this bottleneck, otherwise the battle would be even harder once the military broke past this point. The platoon commander cursed using a loud voice, before he crouched down and went back to his position. "Fuck! Let's fight to the death then." Under the command and leadership of Guo Quan, although Yu Zhong's first company was not enough to win against the enemy company, they were at least able to hold their ground and fend them off. Both of them were still engaged in heavy fire, and the army also found it difficult to fully suppress the warriors of Yu Zhong's first company, who were hiding behind cover. When the army launched their assault, Yu Zhong, who had been suppressing that platoon of soldiers with his superb firing skills, suddenly felt a sense of urgency and his face paled. "Damn it! They have already commenced their attack. Seems like if I don't risk it, we won't be able to win." Yu Zhong took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with a resolute gleam as he jumped down from the tree and charged towards the army's camp. That platoon of soldiers had been hiding behind cover and didn't dare to even poke their heads out. If Yu Zhong had maintained this sort of confrontation with the soldiers, by the time Ningguang County was broken into, he still would not have settled this issue. Having seen that Yu Zhong had appeared again, the two hidden snipers immediately cocked their sniper rifles, firing 2 bullets which flew towards Yu Zhong. Chapter 243. Yu Zhong takes on the military. Chapter 243. Yu Zhong takes on the military. Right as the bullets were about to land on Yu Zhong, he did a sidestep and easily evaded them. He took a glance at the location of the hidden snipers. Ever since he had evolved, his senses heightened, which allowed him to pinpoint their location accurately. He cocked his .05 silenced submachine gun and fired rapidly in their direction, immediately killing one. The other sniper had a stronger perception of danger. After that gunfire, he immediately ducked behind other cover. Yu Zhong did not continue harassing the other sniper. Instead he rushed towards that platoon of soldiers like a tank. After the earlier skirmish by Yu Zhong, that platoon had only 10 soldiers left. As Yu Zhong suddenly broke through to their location, he fired continuously and killed the remaining 10 soldiers. After annihilating the line of warriors with a flash, Yu Zhong continued towards the back of the military. What a freak! The remaining sniper hugged his own rifle as he looked at Yu Zhong rushing towards the military's camp. His face was white, as he had just witnessed the prowess of someone who, by his own strength, managed to decimate an entire squad of elite military soldiers. The sniper also knew of the existence of enhancers and evolvers while he was at SY County. Those who could wipe out an entire squadron on their own, even amongst the 12,000 survivors in SY County, numbered 10 at most. Yu Zhong had just continued not far, before a Type 92 infantry fighting vehicle appeared in front of him. There was a ZPT 90 25mm machine cannon mounted on top of it, releasing a huge wild burst of gunfire towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's danger perception skill had already notified him of the danger. Just as the ZPT 90 set its sights on him, he had already dashed swiftly to the side. The majority of the bullets from the ZPT 90 hit blank air and caused the area to be filled with potholes. The soldiers from another company were currently using Type QLZ-06, 35mm grenade launchers and .03 rifles to fire crazily at Yu Zhong. Similar to this, https://en org/wiki/type_87_grenade_launcher and this is gross. https://en Wikipedia org/wiki/qbz03. A few soldiers were also continuously firing mortars at Yu Zhong. The resulting explosions continued to ring out and the gunfire didn't seem to cease at all. Yu Zhong activated his shadow steps and his speed jumped up to a level that was 10 times that of a normal being. In that huge barrage of bullets, Yu Zhong continued to evade only the heavy firepower that posed a danger to him, while the other bullets continued to land and deflect off of his encompassing body armor. Yu Zhong didn't dare to stay at the same location for more than a second, as he had no confidence in surviving. Just when he managed to roll towards a huge rock by the road, he felt his heart skip a beat. Without time to take a breath, he leapt again towards the other side. With a bang, the stone that Yu Zhong had dodged from was instantly smashed into smithereens by the anti-tank missile. Yu Zhong himself had just jumped out from that rock, when he felt 2 grenades exploding about 2 m to his right, and the shrapnel and shockwave propelled him to another side. He should be dead by now. Seeing how Yu Zhong was faced with attack after attack, most of the warriors in the army had that single thought in their minds. Watching Yu Zhong face the hail of bullets earlier had given them a sort of shock and feeling of crisis. After Yu Zhong was bombarded by those projectiles, he braved the shock wave from the grenade explosion, before rolling on the ground and standing up immediately. He opened his hands. A number of hand grenades flew out from his hands towards the soldiers and exploded. Those soldiers who were unfortunate enough to be caught in the blast radius died one by one. Yu Zhong continued running, carrying his 05 silenced submachine gun and firing continuously into the army camp. https://en Wikipedia org/wiki/QCW05. Although his aiming and firearms control was superb, the soldiers were spread out too far and were hiding behind cover. In the end, Yu Zhong only managed to kill 2 soldiers in his first bout of bullets. This battle is too tough. Yu Zhong continued to run away frantically, while dodging the constant attacks from the military. Seeing that normal rifle bullets could not do a thing to Yu Zhong, the soldiers had added heavy weaponry and explosives to their attacks, giving Yu Zhong immense pressure and preventing him from advancing any further. "I can't go in like this. Otherwise, Ningguang County is sure to fall." With a flash of his intense speed, he dodged an incoming missile before a gleam appeared in his eyes. He swapped out the 05 silenced submachine gun for a PF-98 anti-tank missile launcher. In the midst of his running, he had thrown a glance towards the entire camp from afar. Swiftly, he aimed at a small mortar troop and fired a shot. Yu Zhong's current agility was at 111 points, his actions faster than the human eye. Before the soldiers even had a chance to react, they received a huge rocket in the midst of their mortar troop. When that rocket exploded, a fearsome shockwave and a huge amount of shrapnel immediately shot outwards in all directions, killing 5 soldiers and heavily injuring 7 others, causing them to scream in agony. The moment he attacked, Yu Zhong was like a specter and swiftly swapped out another rocket in the PF-98, before taking careful aim and firing at a Type 92 IFV. With another bang, the rocket pierced through the armor of the IFV and exploded, resulting in a huge fireball. The 9 warriors in the IFV as well as 4 others hiding beside it were instantly killed. Yu Zhong shifted his body again and continuously fired the anti-tank missiles into the army camp. Loud explosions occurred one after another and soon, the entire army camp was plunged into a fiery hell. Many soldiers were either killed by the explosions or trapped in the fires. Throughout the camp, chaos ensued. Under that continuous fire from Yu Zhong, the casualties increased and a total of over 70 soldiers had been either killed or injured, diminishing their overall strength greatly. After confirming that he had caused enough chaos to bring down the fighting capabilities of the camp, Yu Zhong continued to rush forward like a specter, with the intention of wiping out all the soldiers. "Commander, please send aid. I need aid. If you don't send anybody, the soldiers will be killed by that monster." The 3rd Company's leader Gu Jian, who was tasked to delay Yu Zhong, was currently pleading with a pale face and exasperated voice. Shen Shui glared at him coldly, with her fury and killing intent billowing out. "Gu Jian, I told you guys to delay Yu Zhong. How are you guys this bad? You still haven't killed him, and yet you dare to ask for reinforcements." Gu Jian gritted his teeth and replied, "That Yu Zhong is impervious to bullets and his aim is too efficient. He can still pull out PF-98s to fire 120mm rounds at us. The amount of firepower he has is infinite. How do you expect us to fight against this freak?" Shen Shui replied coldly, "I don't care. You have to use whatever men you have to delay him for another 2 hours. After these 2 hours, we will have conquered Ningguang County. Once we have conquered Ningguang County, it is our victory." Under the fierce attack of the army, Guoquan's forces had already been worn down by a large extent. As long as they gave it more effort, the army could proceed to attack Ningguang County soon. Shen Shui knew that with a civilian army like Yu Zhong and Guoquan, The ones who actually knew warfare, and could put up a fight, did not number many. As long as they could take down Guoquan, who was stubbornly holding on, there shouldn't be any other major threat to the army's advance into Ningguang County. Shen Shui looked coldly once more at Gu Jian and ordered, "Obey my commands. Immediately go attack Yuzhong with all you have." Gu Jian's lips quivered. In the end, he could only bite down as he saluted Shen Shui and replied, "Understood." Right at this time, Lu Ning rushed into the room with a shocked expression as she reported in a fluster. "Commander Shen. The third company. The third company has been wiped out by Yu Zhong." Gu Jian's face promptly turned deathly white. Shen Shui crossed her fingers together, and her face took on an unsightly green. She had a total of 4 companies with her, and 1 entire company had been taken out by Yu Zhong. If this continued, it was hard to say whether they could even survive against his attacks. Right at this time, another soldier was shouting into the radio, "Commander! This is the 4th company. The enemy's firepower is too strong. Requesting for aid. Please send reinforcements." Shen Shui immediately made a decision and gave it. "2nd Company, immediately send all your troops to support 4th Company. 1st Company, stop your attack and return to camp. Lu Ning, Gao Lina, follow me." When Shen Shui gave her orders, the 2nd Company that was standing by immediately poured towards the back of the army camp. When the soldiers of the 2nd Company arrived for help, the pressure on Yu Zhong rose exponentially, and the increase in firepower suppressed him till the point that he couldn't even lift his head. The intensity of the attack has risen. Another company must have joined in. Yu Zhong did not stop running as he didn't dare stay in the same spot for too long. He kept running and seeking cover, while constantly assessing the enemy's strength. The greater the pressure grew for him, the less pressure on Ningguang County. When Shen Shui arrived at the front lines and saw the countless injured soldiers and dismembered bodies lying around, her face turned ashen. All of a sudden, 2 grenades flew high and landed on the battlefield, resulting in huge explosions, killing 3 soldiers, while another 2 immediately fainted upon receiving broken bones. After a few seconds, another rocket was fired, and the heavy machine gunners, as well as the light machine gunners, were all decimated. Even 3 normal soldiers were injured by the resulting shrapnel, as they fell to ground and screamed in agony. The entire battlefield was filled with blood, gore, and the countless sounds of agony and pain. All the while, the military soldiers' morale was steadily dropping. Chapter 244. Revolt and Chaos. Chapter 244. Revolt and Chaos. Half of an entire company, which was equipped with modern weaponry and had undergone strict military training, was actually suppressed by a single person, all the while facing the deaths of their comrades as well as explosions. The desolate scene caused the fighting morale amongst the soldiers to plummet. Shen Shui almost wore down her teeth with her grinding. If this continued on, the 2nd Company and 4th Company would most likely face the same outcome facing Yu Zhong. Even if she brought her troops to attack Ningguang County, she might not even have enough troops left afterwards to deal with Yu Zhong, and would likely face death as well. "Yu Zhong, I am Commander Shen Shui. I have told my men to stop all advance and attacks on Ningguang County. Please stay your hands immediately and let's discuss terms." Shen Shui had gone to the broadcast machine and used that crispy clear voice of hers to speak to Yu Zhong. Initially, of course, Shen Shui was filled with confidence that her trained troops would be able to overcome this motley crew of bandits. However, now that she was facing the fact that an entire company of hers had been wiped out by a single Yu Zhong, she had no chance but to lower her head to ask for mercy and negotiations. Only those with equal strength had the justification to negotiate. If one of them didn't possess the necessary strength, then asking for negotiations was a joke. Yu Zhong was currently hiding behind a huge rock as he coldly called out, Leave behind a company's worth of equipment as compensation, then you can leave. Otherwise, I will kill your guys off slowly. After becoming an evolver, Yu Zhong's strength had gained an immense boost. As long as he didn't face a direct explosion head-on, the shockwaves and shrapnel actually did not cause him any permanent harm. This was a great boon for his survival on the battlefield. In addition to his encompassing body armor and the inexhaustible amount of firepower in his storage ring, he was truly a fearsome killing machine. Wiping out the battalion of soldiers under Shen Shui entirely was only a matter of time. What guts! We'll fight to the death. Even if I, your father, were to die, I would still go down taking a bite out of you. Hearing Yu Zhong's arrogant words, the soldiers on Shen Shui's side were all infuriated and decided to fight it out with him. Shen Shui was also riled up by his words and her chest heaved, while her eyes flashed with a murderously cold light. Right at this time, Luning walked up to the broadcast radio and spoke placidly. Yu Zhong, I am Staff Officer Luning from the 3rd Battalion of the XX Regiment. The 3 battalions are just a small part of SY County's army. If you decide to continue fighting us, regardless of the outcome today, SY County will not sit back and rest. Your power may be strong, but likewise, SY County has a number of experts. Adding on to the strength of the army, it's enough to thrash the Ningguang County that you have established countless times. This time, it was a misunderstanding on our part. Can we negotiate properly to address this, and not resort to damaging our relationship any further? Lu Ning's words had struck Yu Zhong's weak point. Yu Zhong had obtained information from different survivors on the fighting capabilities of SY County, which far surpassed that of Qing Yuan County. Although those survivors did not know everything, they could confirm that SY County's military possessed helicopters, Type 69 tanks, and all sorts of other types of modern weaponry. Their total strength was much more superior. Yu Zhong could suppress a platoon by himself, whilst he could destroy a company with some difficulty. Engaging an entire battalion in combat was enough to make him evade with all his might, while he could only continually pick off the soldiers one by one. If he were to face an entire regiment, even by the time they had finished attacking Ningguang County, Yu Zhong could not finish off the entire battalion. In Ningguang County, Yu Zhong had 4 battalions of warriors, but facing against the well-trained troops of the military, even just 1 battalion was enough to thrash his troops. Yu Zhong contemplated for a while, before he responded coolly, "All right. Leave and I will not pursue this matter." As he still hadn't bridged the gap between him and Qing Yuan County, Yu Zhong did not possess the strength to face SY County's military yet. If he waited for the distance to be bridged, re-established connections with his base at Qingyuan County, and armed his people there with the weaponry he had retrieved from the mechanized infantry brigade station, he would then possess the confidence and strength to face SY County. Shen Shui intercepted coldly. 3,000 tons of rations. Give us 3,000 tons of rations to compensate our losses. After the apocalypse, food rations had become the currency, and in SY County, the strongest currency was precisely food. 3,000 tons of food was not a small amount. However, compared to Shen Shui's loss of the 2 howitzers as well as the 100-plus soldiers, it wasn't worth comparing. Then you can all go and die. SY County may be strong, and I know that. If they want to force an entry, I am naturally unable to hold them back. After killing you all, I will immediately head over to SY County and assassinate all the officials. I will kill more than 10 a day. After a month, I see how many officials your SY County will have left. Even in the worst-case scenario where I cannot assassinate them, I would have no issues killing all the small fries. Each day I will kill over 100. After a month, an entire regiment would be wiped out by me. By that time, the entire SY County will be mine. Why should I even waste my time talking with you here?" Yu Zhong's fury and killing intent billowed out, resounding across the entire field. He would definitely not soften in front of Shen Shui. Whoever gave in during this time and period, other people would then follow suit to take advantage of that weakling. Tao Jingyi had chosen to attack Yu Zhong's Clear Wind camp because they had run out of ammunition at that time, making them tantamount to a fat piece of meat waiting to be gobbled up, and he had wanted to be the one who ate that meat. Due to that, Yu Zhong had retaliated and saw that Ningguang County's fighting capabilities were subpar. In this world, no one dared to showcase their weakness. Hearing those words filled with killing intent, the entire battalion shuddered in their hearts. Yu Zhong possessed supernatural shooting skills, plus he had that armor on him which deflected almost every single bullet. Furthermore, he seemed to possess unlimited firepower. With his abilities, it would be easy for him to assassinate all the officials, needless to say the killing of the normal soldiers. If Yu Zhong really went ahead, it would spell disaster for all the common soldiers in SY County. Damn rebel! Shen Shui's entire body was trembling with fury from Yu Zhong's threat, as no one had dared utter such words in her presence before. Luning grabbed Shen Shui's hands while shaking her head, before using the broadcast radio to speak to Yu Zhong again. Yu Zhong, you don't have to be like this. We just want 3,000 tons of rations. However, let's make it an exchange. We will give you 150 kilograms of gold. UBPC. 330.69 pounds. As the saying goes, hoard antiques in times of wealth, buy gold in times of trouble. Gold was the common currency in the world, which could affect people's greed. Even when the world was in turmoil from the changes, gold represented a source of currency as well. Initially, in Qinyuan County, other than food rations, gold was the next source of currency that could be used. Yu Zhong pondered for a while more before replying. All right, I promise you. Now please bring your army and retreat beyond 5 kilometers. We'll carry out the exchange tonight. Luning keenly captured the change in attitude amongst Yu Zhong's words, as she smiled and said, Yu Zhong, I think you must have run into some problems. Do you need us to help you? As long as you are willing to give the right amount, we are willing to assist you. Yu Zhong replied blandly. No need. Indeed, I have some issues that cropped up, but it doesn't concern you guys. Yu Zhong had indeed met some problems. The government has sent the army to deal with Yu Zhong. Kill his men. As long as we kill his men, when the army enters the city, all of you will be rewarded. Within Ningguang County, Tao Jingyi, who was flanked by Zhang Bao on his left and Niu Sheng on his right, was hollering at the top of his voice. When he got wind of the news that the army was attacking, Tao Jingyi made use of the opportunity to kill the warriors who were keeping watch on him with Zhang Bao and Niu Sheng. After he left his compound, he then made use of his past influence to gather a small troop. He was currently killing and pillaging in Ningguang County, creating chaos. Tao Jingyi was vicious in his methods as well. He knew that Yu Zhong's warriors were strong, yet compared to the actual military, they did not amount to much. He wanted to plunge Ningguang County in chaos and control the army from within. When the city was successfully breached, he would be the person who had contributed the most. Not only could he make use of that to get on the SY County's army good side, he could exact revenge on Yu Zhong for taking over Ningguang County. Tao Jingyi was currently leading a force of over 40 people and wreaking chaos in Ningguang County, killing, raping and setting fire, creating a commotion. Within the unrest, many of the survivors were also affected by the chaos and madness. They began killing, raping and setting fire as well, and the entire Ningguang County was in a mess. Everybody return to your living quarters. All those who are still on streets will be shot on the spot for treason. As the head policeman, Wang Jian had immediately brought his well-trained police officers, and they were diligently putting down the unease and troublemakers. Wang Jian started executing those survivors who were swept along with the madness one by one. A large number of the survivors had now returned to their own accommodations to wait out the uncertainty. Whoever became the new overseer of Ningguang County, they could only accept it helplessly. Kill him! Tao Jingyi noticed Wang Jian and his team of policemen who were suppressing the chaos, and gave an order to Zhang Bao and Niu Xing to take him down. Zhang Bao roared in anger and activated his werewolf transformation skill. His entire body started sprouting fur and the muscles on his body became larger and taut, while his hands turned monstrous with huge claws. With his entire body elongating, he soon became a terrifying werewolf over 2 m tall. On the other side, Niu Xing's eyes gleamed as he held up a huge shield weighing over 200 kilograms and charged at Wang Jian. He was a strength-based evolver, and the 200 kilograms shield in his arms was considered light to him. Under the protection of that shield, none of the bullets could not penetrate or hurt him. Zhang Bao and Niu Xing had both activated their skills, and were charging towards Wang Jian with frenzy. Wang Jian looked at the 2 oncoming enemies as he frowned and shouted out, "Open fire!" The 20-plus policemen beside Wang Jian immediately cocked their weapons and opened fire at Zhang Bao and Niu Xing. In that hail of bullets, Zhang Bao and Niu Xing could not dodge them entirely. Some of the bullets penetrated Zhang Bao's body, leaving behind numerous wounds, although they did not pose any danger to his life. As for Niu Xing, the bullets only hit the shield with sounds of metal hitting and could not penetrate through at all. Swap to the grenade launchers. Wang Jian saw that their attacks were useless, so he gave this order. The 20 policemen immediately switched to QLB-06 35mm grenade launchers and aimed them at the 2 evolvers before pressing the trigger. Bang! Bang! Following the sounds of explosions, the shield-bearing Niu Xing was immediately caught in the blast and the shield in his hands was knocked away by the explosion, while his body was blasted into pieces, fresh blood dyeing the ground. Zhang Bao saw Niu Xing's manner of death and a chill arose in his heart. He leapt up high and immediately jumped into one of the surrounding houses belonging to a survivor. Facing the assault of 20 QLB-06 35mm grenade launchers head-on would mean certain death, even for an evolver like him. Take them out! Wang Jian eyed the rebels with Tao Jingyi in the distance, his face turning grim, and he shouted out the order. The 20 policemen swapped out their 03 rifles again and started firing at Tao Jingyi's troop. The rebels under Tao Jingyi immediately abandoned him and tried to escape in all directions. "I surrender! Don't kill me! I surrender! I am willing to give up all my property and women to exchange for my lowly life. Please, don't kill me!" Tao Jingyi looked at the policeman running towards him, as he knelt down on the floor and begged miserably. He wanted to live. Wang Jian eyed the disgusting pig in front of him with a look of disgust, before ordering, "Tie him up and bring him back to the station." If it was Yu Zhong, he would have immediately crippled Tao Jingyi by shooting his limbs. Wang Jian, however, was a policeman, and regardless of how much he hated and despised Tao Jingyi, since he had now surrendered, he would not kill him. 3 of the policemen stepped forward to cuff Tao Jingyi. Right at this time, from the survivor's house, Zhang Bao suddenly jumped out while still in his werewolf form. He broke past the group of policemen, before slashing his claws in 3 successive motions. The 3 policemen beside Tao Jingyi had their throats ripped out and Tao Jingyi regained his freedom. Before the other policeman could react, Zhang Bao had grabbed onto another policeman as a hostage. He placed his sharp claws at the policeman's throat and threatened Wang Jian. "No sudden movements, otherwise he's dead. Let us go, as long as we can leave here safely, I'll release him." "How did you not see that coming?" Chapter 245. Suppress the Insurgency. Chapter 245. Suppress the Insurgency. This chapter was sponsored by Hyacinth Aurelio, Tom Welbrock, Melvin Smith and Abdulkrim Wahasna. Many thanks. The policemen were currently aiming their grenade launchers at Zhang Bao, their eyes filled with hatred. 3 of their brothers had just died miserably at his hands, and if it wasn't for their other comrade being held hostage currently, they would have fired at him long ago. The werewolf transformation could allow Zhang Bao's 6 attributes to receive a boost, and he could even block most bullets. However, if he was hit by the grenades, they could also blow him to smithereens. Wang Jian was in deep thought as he looked at his subordinate who was helpless in Zhang Bao's grasp. Let him go. I'll let you leave. To Wang Jian, every single member he had trained was like a child to him, and he was unwilling to give any of them up. I don't trust you, back off! Zhang Bao hollered. Right at this moment, on the rooftop of a building not far away, Zhuo Yadong was lying prone on the ground cocking a Barlett sniper rifle. With the crosshair on Zhang Bao, she pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound echoed across the compound and an armor-piercing round directly penetrated Zhang Bao's head, causing it to explode like a watermelon. Fresh blood and brain matter splattered on the ground. Tao Jingyi was still trembling on the floor, shouting, I surrender! Don't kill me! He took the initiative to kill, I wasn't involved. With Zhang Bao's death, Tao Jingyi no longer had any backing, support, or any threatening strength. Take him away! Wang Jian ordered coldly. Another 4 policemen rushed up and handled Tao Jingyi roughly, as they tossed him in the back seat of a car and drove towards the jailhouse. Once they had settled Tao Jingyi, Wang Jian brought his men and continued their rounds around Ningguang County to contain the unease. Zhuo Yadong was currently looking for another target from her position. Those who went through evolution naturally were chosen geniuses. They could swiftly adapt and learn all sorts of knowledge and abilities. Although Zhuo Yadong was a strength-based evolver, under Yu Zhong's training and guidance, she picked up marksmanship and sniping very quickly. Of course, her sniping skills could not compare to those who possessed the sniping specialization, but it was enough to deal with most situations. Therefore, Yu Zhong had chosen to put her behind the fighting lines for the first time, to act as a support sniper covering Ningguang County from within. When Tao Jingyi's insurgency was quelled, the rest of Ningguang County also regained its composure. Shen Shui's troops had retreated to a distance of 5 kilometers away under Yu Zhong's coercion, whilst at the same time, Yu Zhong returned to Ningguang County. Guo Quan had fought back his sorrow to report to Yu Zhong. Captain, our first company did not let you down, we have completed our mission. Guo Quan had led the first company to defend against Shen Shui's relentless assault. Yet they had paid a huge price. After the fight had ended, out of the 90 warriors in the first company, there were 47 who lost their lives, 26 who sustained heavy injuries, and the 17 who had survived looked as though they could not fight anymore. Even with the protection of the mutant water snake scale armor, under the relentless attack of Shen Shui's soldiers and bombardment of rockets, mortars and other heavy-duty weapons, several of Guo Quan's warriors had died. Without the protection of the water snake armor, the entire first company might have perished. Yu Zhong had established 4 battalions, and those with the best fighting capabilities and spirit were gathered in one company. However, they had actually been defeated by Shen Shui's own company. The difference between the 2 types of armies could be seen. Yu Zhong replied in a heavy tone. You guys really did great. This time, due to the efforts of the first company, Ningguang County was defended. I want to reassign the first company into 5 squads. You guys may select the members from the rest of the 4 battalions. Those who are injured, I will do my utmost to see them healed. The brothers who have perished, we will properly collect their remains. I want to see them properly buried. When comparing my troops to the actual military, there really is still a huge gap. Yu Zhong felt upset as well. This battle was the first time he lost so many soldiers that he had groomed. Even during the battle against the zombie horde in Qingyuan County, The elite soldiers that he trained didn't suffer too much damage. In fact, it was the cannon fodder and scum battalion who made up most of the death. Yes, regiment commander. Guoquan's emotions had calmed down a little as he saluted Yu Zhong, before bringing his people to collect the remains of his dead comrades. Regiment commander! Regiment commander! The moment Yu Zhong entered the medical center for the wounded soldiers, all the injured warriors stood up and called out emotionally. All of you rest well. Let the doctors treat you. Yu Zhong looked at all of them before ordering in a heavy voice. Within the medical center, there were doctors and nurses everywhere, currently treating the injured warriors. There were over 15,000 survivors in Ningguang County, and those who were doctors by profession before the apocalypse numbered in the 30s. These doctors were all supported by Yu Zhong, as he led them to become medics, with the main focus to treat injuries and illnesses caused by warfare. It was considered one of the benefits for the warriors. Hearing Yu Zhong's orders, the soldiers quietened down. Yu Zhong took out a huge bag of life-saving grass powder from his storage ring and handed it to the staff of the medical center, before ordering, "Use this to treat my soldiers immediately. Apply externally, and maximum amount per person shouldn't exceed a small bag's worth." Yu Zhong's storage ring was filled with arms, food, medicines, food, and other necessities. As for the life-saving grass, Yu Zhong had amassed 2 cubics worth of this treasure, enough to save many lives. One of the older doctors, Wang Yinian, actually furrowed his brows as he asked impolitely, "Commander Yu, what kind of medicine is this? Please tell me honestly, otherwise, I am unable to give this to the injured. I need to bear responsibility for my patients." Wang Yinian was a surgeon and had many years of experience in the operating theater. His temperament was stubborn and straight, and even after the events of the apocalypse, he didn't change much. Seeing Wang Yinian actually talking back to Yu Zhong, the other doctors and nurses all turned pale as they looked towards him in fear. After the apocalypse, human lives were cheap. Under Tao Jingyi's rule, a doctor had actually been executed for checking his woman out. These medical professionals had seen the cruelty of the post-apocalyptic world. They were afraid that Yu Zhong might execute them as well, due to Wang Yinian infuriating him. Although Wang Yinian was a stubborn and direct person, he did have the ability, and his medical expertise was valuable. All the doctors and nurses needed him. Yu Zhong glanced at Wang Yinian as he cocked his eyebrows, but he didn't make a scene. He immediately took out his dark magic blade and sliced his hand, opening a long wound, before applying the life-saving grass on himself. Under the effect of the life-saving grass, coupled with Yu Zhong's own strong vitality, the wound started recovering at an astonishing pace, healing within a matter of seconds. Yu Zhong asked Wang Yinian, "Is this enough for you? Do as Commander Yu has ordered and go apply medicine to the warriors." Having witnessed the miraculous efficacy of the life-saving grass, Wang Yinian immediately ordered the other doctors and nurses. Those warriors who had the life-saving grass applied to them immediately felt their bodies become much better, as their wounds also began to stop bleeding. As Wang Yinian watched the warriors' wounds quickly stop bleeding, his eyes straightened and he couldn't help but ask, "Commander Yu, what is this miraculous medicine? Can you tell me?" Wang Yinian had practiced medicine for many years, yet this was his first time seeing medicine as miraculous as this. Yu Zhong replied faintly, "The collective term for this type of medicine is life-saving grass, and it is composed of several precious medicaments that have been mixed together. It is my exclusive secret recipe, and so it cannot be randomly told to others." A treasure like the life-saving grass that could quickly heal injuries could be considered as one of the trump cards in Yu Zhong's hand. As his position in Ningguang County was not concrete enough, he did not want to reveal the truth about the life-saving grass to outsiders. Wang Yinian looked disappointed, but he still left and continued treating the injured. After confirming that the condition of the first company's warriors had stabilized, he left the medical center. Chen Ming came to Yu Zhong's side holding a report and said, "Master, there were a total of 193 people involved in the insurgency this time. How will you deal with them?" Yu Zhong gave an unprecedentedly cruel series of orders. Throw the leader Tao Jingyi into the zombie horde to feed them. Those directly under him are to be executed in public to warn the others. Same goes for those indirectly involved who have committed murder. For those who didn't, throw them to the scum battalion to become cannon fodder against the zombies in the future. Chen Ming nodded his head as he asked another important question. What about the family members of those rebels? Yu Zhong coldly declared. Those men above 16 who have a relationship with the insurgents will be thrown into the scum battalion. The females will be sent into the women's camp and await future assignment. For the children who have yet to mature, they are to be sent to the dark camp, to be disciplined and taught proper morals and values. Regardless of the period, era or governing bodies, the punishment towards rebels would always be the most cruel one possible. If those who revolted succeeded, then it was a done deal, but if they were to be suppressed and captured, they would definitely not have a good ending. Following Yu Zhong's orders, 46 men who had followed Tao Jingyi's call were decapitated in front of the entire county. 32 other belligerents who committed murder were also executed. The excessive bloodshed thoroughly shocked the survivors in Ningguang County, giving them an insight into Yu Zhong's decisive and ruthless measures. Tao Jingyi looked at his subordinates who were being executed one by one and pissed himself in terror, his eyes filled with fear and despair. The other people involved in the rebellion were thrown into the scum battalion and kept in jails, while their women were sent to the women's camp to await allocation in the future. Those who indirectly supported the rebels' actions were also thrown into the scum battalion, and in just a short while, the jail was filled with prisoners. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.